Test anglais, test anglais, test en English.
Good morning, everyone. We still need one more delegate to confirm the quorum. So as soon as we have this person coming in, we will be able to begin. If you have a friend delegate that you know, you can send a WhatsApp. Tell them to hurry up, that there will be coffee at 11. We'll even have a very nice celebration, so we'll even have cake. So.
No. Good morning. We are really sorry for this waiting period, but in fact we really need the quorum, one missing, as you know.
And maybe just to remind you that today's agenda, we will be adopting several resolutions, so it's really important that you come on the different sessions so that we have enough quorum to advance. So if you can make this extra effort, it's the last day. So the earlier you come in, the earlier you will be able to go out and enjoy the beautiful Paris day. So please do remember that we will need you to be here for the technical resolutions at 10:15, for the animal health status certification. That's not necessarily the quorum, but it would be nice to join in the celebration with everyone. Also, we will have a session on the tailored support to members, which we're really looking forward, and I hope that's going to be interesting for you, but also to be able to know everything that WOAH is currently doing in our as targeted support. And finally, we will have the regional highlights. So it's important for you also to identify and see what your respective regions will be doing. And then starting at 3, please make sure that you're all here so we have the quorum, because we will be adopting the resolutions in respect to the terrestrial code, the aquatic, the manual, the designation of collaborating centers, the governance review committee, and the technical item. So it's just a last effort that we will be requesting you to support so that we can have and be very happy to say that we had a very successful general session. We still need one more delegate, so we can start.
Maybe we can thank you, because I guess you are the one who were in the room all every day. So thank you for this.
Yeah, still missing, and all this.
If I can ask our regional representatives to please give a call, okay?
And you know all the names in the seats?
Oh, now we have 93. Thank you. So we have the quorum.
Let's start. Go ahead,
So,
Montse.
welcome everyone for our last day of the general session, and we will be beginning today's session. As I mentioned, please be aware that we need you for the quorum during the day, particularly at 3 p.m. It will be important that you're all here. If you want to finish earlier, because the adoption of resolutions is quite fast, it would be really important that you're here all with the 93 quorum that we need to be here. So if more, it would be even better, but yeah. Okay. With that, I hand the floor to Susana. Thank you, Susana.
Okay, I was about to say that all the names that we have in the seats are registered in the general session, so just a comment. Okay, so today we will continue our work with the remaining activities of the Specialist Commission, the presentation of the results of the technical resolutions adopted electronically, and the distribution of animal health status certificates. So I kindly encourage all of you to stay here, as Montse already mentioned, to have a smooth conduct of our work and keeping interventions concise and ensuring that quorum is maintained throughout the day. So, as I mentioned, we now will start with the activities of the specialist commissions, and I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Emmanuel Kwasi-Himan, President of the Biological Standards Commission, to present the standards proposed for adoption. So, happy to have you on the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Directrice Générale, Madame et Messieurs les Directeurs Généraux Adjoints, chers délégués,
Dear delegates, the deputy generals, it's the turn now of the Commission for Biological Standards, the Commission of Laboratories, to present the report, to present the annual report. And I'm taking this opportunity to greet all of you who are following us online from their positions. So we will start by presenting the agenda that will follow with the introduction, and then the text that will be proposed for the adoption of the 93rd General Session, the reference centers activities, the twinning project twinning project, a liaison with the other specialized commissions, and finally, our work program. As an introduction, before we start, I would like to present the team of the Biological Standards Commission, so you can see them on the slide. And I'm taking this opportunity to thank them for all the efforts they have made in such a warm spirit and atmosphere to deliver the results that we are going to introduce to you now. And in the room here we have Anne, who was the first vice president, and we have the first vice president, we have the second vice president, and the 3 members which names appear underneath. So this report spreads from May, just right after the 2025 general session until today. Until yesterday, we were still working on some specific issues and concerns. So there are 2 statutory meetings. The first one that took place from the 8th till the 12th of September 2025, and a second one from the 2nd, 6th of February 26. Between these 2 major meetings, we had other meetings, virtual meetings, in October 2025, in February 2026, in March 2026, and in April 2026, in order to respond to the concerns and issues of everybody and fulfill our mission. In point 2, I will present the texts that are proposed for adoption, but before I do so, I would like to talk about the manual a little bit. It is an international scientific standard in order to ensure trust, transparency, and safe trade, but also trade that is based on the national status with regard to animal diseases. So there's a section on diagnostic methods and disease surveillance, and it's based on methods that are based on the latest scientific progress, and this allows to set a confirmation diagnosis. We'll have a session on vaccines to control animal diseases, and this has a global impact on international trade and also on the country status with regard to the diseases. So how does the revision cycle work for every chapter in the Commission? So there's a cycle that generally lasts 1 year. There are 2 cycles of comments. The first cycle of comments starts after our statutory meeting in September, so it starts in October. And during this cycle, we ask the member countries to perform an in-depth and detailed review. It takes place in January, and we take it into account during the February meeting. And the second cycle starts after February, so after the second statutory meeting, and there we make sure that all comments are mostly about critical points. The other points are not left behind, but we take them into account in the following meetings or during the chapter revisions in order to have the full adoption of the chapter in the month of May. So during the process, we use the world expertise of WOAH, and that is through its reference centers. The comments are submitted to the Commission. We work on them, and there are exchanges between the experts and the Commission. And when the document is ready, we submit it for adoption to the general session. So I have to say that every comment that is received is obviously supported by valid justifications, and it is accounted for. And we also expect to have your input. We take them into account, of course, and the responses are provided and visible, and they are fully transparent, and you can see them in Annex 4. So during the cycle, we received comments from 14 countries for a total number of comments of about 100. So in other words, it means that out of 185 member states, less than 10%, well, 10%, less than 10% comments come from member states. So we encourage you to participate actively in this process so that we can deliver a manual that fully meets your needs and concerns. But maybe our work is so perfect that there's no need for comments. That's possible also. Thank you. In the manual, for the section on specific diseases, we often refer to table number 1, and this is the following table with the various goals in the columns. So with animal population that has free status, disease-free individual before movement, and we have the confirmation of clinical cases. We also have oh, hold on a second. I can't say. Oops. Oh yes. The contribution to eradication and contribution to clinical cases, and then the prevalence of the disease and among individuals, and the immune status in the individual or in the population. Then, in the first main row, we have detection and identification of pathogenic agents, or the one pathogenic agent. And based on this, we make a list of all the tests that have been shortlisted in order to meet every single goal that appears in the table. The second row is about detection of immune response based on the test. So we put ticks. We tick depending on the relevance of the test. 3 ticks, it means that the test is recommended for this specific purpose. 2 ticks, these tests are recommended, but they have limitations that we fully account for, are fully accounted for. And when the test only has 1 tick, it means the test is appropriate, but there's many shortcomings, and it's quite limited. And when it's tick-free, it means it's not appropriate for this purpose. So over the last few years, as we've revised the chapters, all the methods, diagnosis methods, are accompanied with appendix, an annex that detail and provide the scores. Based on the targeted objective, you may choose the most suitable test. After this brief explanatory introduction, I would say that for this year, we've had 17 chapters to propose for adoption. These chapters are available if you click on the link available on in the Commission's report. It's on the Delegates website, but also on WOAH's portal. And this report was translated in the 4 official languages of WOAH: English, French, Spanish, 3 languages. So, let me introduce you these chapters. I mean, these chapters are presented as tables. So the first column is the annex number. Column number 2, it's the title of the disease, the year of its last adoption. Column number 3, level of amendments, which may be minimal, moderate, or extensive. And last column, which details the major changes that have been made to this chapter. So these 17 chapters that have been proposed for adoption, well, for most of them, we provided updates in the terminology in accordance with the terrestrial manual glossary. We also updated the references and the links from the literature. We also corrected the format of the introduction, because in the chapter we have described a specific format that needs to be complied with to, harmonize everything in the entire manual. And there's also a table that we created for the manual, and this table or template is about PCR techniques, may there be real-time or conventional PCR techniques. And we specify the primer probe sequence, the probe sequence, especially when there's a hydrolysis or TACMAN technique. But if it's real-time or with subgrain system, at the moment for this system there is no probe, of course. Also, we updated the appendix, and there is also another point. I mean, we added what we call minor amendments, and this is deliberate. These are what we call silent amendments. They're silent. They will not appear in the presentation, and they will not appear in the resolution, but rest assured they will be accounted for. So, I'm going to review all the chapters. Madam Chair, I would like to present this chapter per batches. I mean, in one batch you will have 3 or 4 chapters, and then the batch of chapters will be submitted to the delegates for their comments, and then we will vote. So let's start with Annex 6. I think it's 5. Chapter 1.1.3. Yeah, Annex 6, 1.1.3, biological material transport, adopted in 2025. So we have to replace the word sample with the word specimen where appropriate. It's in order to comply, to be in line with the glossary and to be in full line with the entire manual. Introduction of a subsection, the requirements with regard to the cold chain for the vaccines in order to meet the expectations of the member states. Oh yeah, Annex 6, yeah. Okay, so it's just the wrong slide. That was the wrong slide before. what's happening? So Annex 6, how can I reverse? How can I get back to go backward? Rewind. Oh, sorry. Là, c'est bon. So Annex 6, Chapter 1.1.3. Hold on a second. Oh, things got mixed up. I'm sorry, can you go back to Annex number 5? I don't know what went wrong. Annex 5, please. I don't know what happened. Oh, it's the previous one. Annex 5. Here we go. Annex 5. That's the first chapter. Chapter 1.1.2, collection, submission, and storage of diagnostic specimens. It was adopted in 2013, amendment level moderate. So we added information and considerations when sampling and transporting the specimens from wild species. We added new subsections on non-invasive sampling like urine and arthropod insects. And the idea is to reinforce the recommendations on shipping of specimens from the field to the laboratory. So add a new section on the specimen quality. Diagnosis in laboratory strongly relies on this. And a new section on specimen storage methods and their diagnostic suitability. That's it. Now, we've reached Annex number 6, Chapter 1.1.3, Transport of Biological Materials. It was adopted in 2025, level of amendments minimal. As I previously said, the idea is to replace the word sample with the word specimen in order to be in line with the glossary of the manual, and we have to include a new subsection on cold chain requirements for vaccines in response to the request from a WOAH member. And still, there are 2 slides for Annex 6. I don't know what's going on, but so following a requirement from a member state, we added requirements to these chapters. There's the requirements on the transport of infectious materials of A category, category A. So the sender shall provide a declaration detailing all the substances and the airway letter. They shall include the list of the contents and the quantity, the volume. Also, it should include an invoice that is placed in the shipment. It could be like a €5 invoiced. And we should also add your trade values. So these documents are required, but they may vary depending on the category of the infectious substance. that needs to be transported. But what is mandatory, above all, especially for category A, you need to provide this statement, declaration. It is mandatory. So, Madam President, Madam Chair, so Annex 5 and Annex 6 are submitted to all your comments.
So as you mentioned, I open the floor for interventions. We have two standards, Annex 5, Annex 6. So please, if you have any comment, you please identify what standard you are referring at. No interventions, so we can proceed.
Je propose, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, I am submitting these two annexes for adoption.
I will start by Annex 5. Are there any objections? No. Abstentions? I confirm the adoption of the standard by consensus from the Assembly, and now propose for adoption Annex 6. Are there any objections? No. Abstentions? Both standards are adopted by consensus.
merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Annex number 7, Chapter 3.1.8, Foot and Mouth Disease. So here we are only presenting the annexes, appendices only. The chapter was adopted in 2025. Level of amendment, minimal. It is, we added 6 appendices with the matching scores for the diagnosis of foot and mouth disease, and then we had to adapt and revise the references that go with it. So, following the query by a member state, this table was presented, and it requires that a letter or number shall be allocated or attributed to every single column, and we should report, place this letter with the corresponding annex or appendix, and this is what we'll do. Annex number 8, Chapter 3.1.11, Leishmaniasis, adopted in 2021. Level of amendment extensive. So here, the idea is to raise the growing significance of leishmaniasis in cats and feline animals, and the non-vector transmissions of leishmaniasis in dogs. Diagnostic method for Table 1. Canine leishmaniasis, the idea is to revise the allocated scores for IFAT for antigens and the ELISA technique in order to contribute to eradication policies. That goes from 0 to 3, that starts from 0 and goes from 0 to 3. And the rapid immunochromatographic assay for surveillance in the field with 0 cross 0 ticks to 3 ticks, and so from 0 tick to 1 tick. So the idea is to include feline leishmaniasis in a Table 2 with all the corresponding appendix. The PCR has a score of 2, and cytology has a score of 2, and PCR has a score of 3 ticks for the confirmation of clinical cases, and serology alone is not sufficient to confirm the diagnosis. A PCR technique update is necessary, and also for molecular characterization. And non-invasive samples allow to improve the test sensitivity, and PCR allows to quantify parasitemia due to the disease. In the section on vaccines, the idea is that the vaccines that are based on DNA plasmid platforms or recombinant protein, well, they do exist, and the idea is to review the minimum requirements at the national and regional level for regulatory purposes.
Chapitre 3.1.17, annexe.
Chapter 3.1.17, Annex 9, adopted in 2021. The amendment level is moderate. Here it's about updating the host list, bearing in mind that ruminants remain the primary hosts and that there is broader species susceptibility. It is acknowledged. However, epidemiological relevance is still limited. With regard to diagnostics, we reinforce the recommendation to use a serum for the ELISA technique with 3 ticks, but we call for caution in the regions where bovine tuberculosis is endemic. PCR and bacterial cultures are strengthened and mostly indicated for confirmation, 3 ticks. ELISA performance. We highlight variability of the sensitivity. The sensitivity mostly depends on the parasite shedding level, the bacterium, sorry, shedding level, says the speaker. Therefore, we recommend cautious interpretation and integration into control programs. Next, revision of bacteriological culture is advised as the definitive final diagnostic method, providing that confirmation methods, molecular methods, allowed to increase the test's specificity. With regard to the vaccine, there is an inactivated vaccine derived from the whole inactivated cell. There is no DIVA vaccine available currently, and vaccination allows to reduce clinical cases and bacterium shedding. Madam Chairperson, Annex 7, 8, and 9 are submitted to your attention. Are there any comments?
To hear your interventions, if any, for these 3 standards related to foot and mouth disease, leishmaniasis, and paratuberculosis. Annex 7, 8, and 9. Floor is open. No interventions. We can proceed.
Je propose donc ces tests pour adoption.
The 3 annexes are proposed for adoption.
Adoption, we will start by Annex 7 for foot and mouth disease, Chapter 318. I ask if there are any objections. No. Any abstentions? No. Standard, I confirm the adoption of the standard. Now, Annex 8, Chapter 3111 for leishmaniasis. There are any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? No. I confirm the adoption of standard related to leishmaniasis. And now it's proposed for adoption Annex 9, Chapter 3.1.17, paratuberculosis. So are there any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? No. I confirm the adoption of the 3 annexes for these 3 standards adopted by consensus from the Assembly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Annex 10, Chapter 3.3.3. Avian infectious laryngotracheitis. Adopted in 2021, level of amendment is minimal. It's simply about updating the chapter's title, Avian infectious laryngotracheitis. We want to replace it with infection with Gallid alpha herpes virus 1. The molecular method sections will be updated. We will indicate that conventional PCR and real-time PCR are primary detection methods to diagnose this disease. About the vaccines, we also update the document specifying that requirements for the ingredients used to manufacture the vaccines should focus on serum-free media, the use of which will be emphasized, and we also would like to refer to the safety consideration with regard to animal-derived components. Annex 11, Chapter 3.3.5. Avian mycoplasmosis due to infection with Mycoplasma gallisepticum and Mycoplasma synoviae, adopted in 2021. Level of amendment is moderate. We are updating the information by adding information on the role played by environmental factors, which increase the number of lesions, as reported during infection with Mycoplasma gallisepticum. Real-time PCR data is reinforced, the technique being the most widely used to detect the agent, the pathogen. Also, tracheal swabs in live birds is highlighted as the type of sample we request. And we also focus on expanded guidance on embryo and tissue sampling for diagnostic purposes. We also mentioned the fact that based on the possibility of mutations occurring at the primer attachment site, this may hinder detection of atypical Mycoplasma gallisepticum. We acknowledge the fact that in laboratories where both techniques are available, the conventional and the real-time PCR techniques will enhance the ability to identify a broader range of Mycoplasma gallisepticum variants. There are several variants for this bacterium species. Serology. We clarify that the RSA, ELISA, and HI techniques, M-agglutination inhibition being HI, are suitable, the most suitable for flock level monitoring. However, they are not suitable for individual diagnosis. And therefore, this plays a role in international trade surveillance. Annex 12, Chapter 3.3.7. Fowl typhoid and pullorum disease. Adopted in 2018, the level of amendment is moderate. It says here that we should discriminate between Salmonella gallinarum boivar and Salmonella gallinarum boivar pullorum, although both species share the same serogroup. But we need to highlight the fact that there are genomic and biochemical differences. And also we want to clarify in the term biovar and serovar throughout the document, throughout the whole chapter. And to acknowledge that these pathogen species are highly associated with antimicrobial resistance phenomena. And also that the microagglutination technique for detection of the immune response is highly recommended, 3 ticks, for the purpose of defining the immune status in individual animals or to define the immune status of populations after vaccination. We also want to update information in the section on liquid enrichment and selective media, while highlighting that whole genome sequencing is the gold standard, really, to achieve isolate typing and also to evaluate their genetic correlation. Finally, we want to update the quality criteria for production of vaccines by introducing modifications with regard to the section on safety and efficacy of the final product batch test. Madam Chairperson, I submit annexes 10, 11, and 12 to see whether there are any comments from the delegates.
Interventions about that Annex 10, 11, and 12. Are there any interventions or comments? No? Can proceed. We can propose for adoption.
Je propose pour adoption.
Okay.
The 3 annexes are proposed for adoption.
From the Assembly, Annex 10, 11, and 12. Let's start by Annex 10. Are there any objections? No. Any abstentions? No. I confirm the adoption of this standard. Now propose for adoption Annex 11. Are there any objections? No. Any abstentions? No. I confirm the adoption of the standard Annex 11. Now proposed for adoption Annex 12. Are there any objections? No. Any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of the 3 standards by consensus from the Assembly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous passons donc à l'annexe 13.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Annex 13, Chapter 3.4.4. Bovine genital campylobacteriosis adopted in 2021. The level of amendment is moderate. We want to add a footnote to Table 1, just to clarify that the test method, culture, is the available standard method, and there is no data on specificity and sensitivity at the herd level. We also want to update the processing and treatment of samples, specimens. The samples should be processed immediately after having been collected, and culture medium is no longer a recommended method. Update on the section on detection and identification of Campylobacter fetus in order to define the incubation conditions for each stage. Enrichment, culture enrichment versus plating. And we highlight the use of selective enrichment medium to isolate the bacterium. We want to update table 2, differential characteristics of Campylobacter species, potentially isolated from tissue sampled in the bovine genital tract and aborted fetuses, to remove Campylobacter jejuni and growth conditions at 25 degrees Celsius and 42 degrees Celsius. Because there is no diagnostic methods that allows to differentiate the subspecies Campylobacter jejuni, and also because the growth conditions at 25 and 42 degrees Celsius are not conclusively different enough to be kept in the manual. Annex 14, Chapter 3.4.10. Septicemia, hemorrhagic septicemia following infection with Pastorella multocida. Serotypes 6B and 6E, adopted in 2021. The level of amendment is moderate. Updating the section on molecular methods using the tables that I mentioned earlier with the primer probe sequences. And also including cycling parameters for real-time PCR, expanding the section on genotypic differentiation of isolates. This means adding new sections on whole genome sequence-based typing for the purpose of obtaining typing and the biomarker-based method. We also want to add information on the ELISA method and add ELISA to table 1 for diagnostic purposes to be able to diagnose the hemorrhagic septicemia condition. And with upon request from some member countries, we added the following words. Hemorrhagic septicemia is caused by Pastorella multocida infection. It's a gram-negative Copperbacillum, serologically classified in 5 serogroups, A, B, C, D, and F, depending on the polysaccharide, capsule polysaccharide composition, and 16 serovars based on the membrane lipopolysaccharide. And we would like to replace the sentence, the disease is caused by Pastorella multocida infection, gram-negative bacillum, with, we would like to replace this with bacterium. The bacterium resides. Annex 15. Chapter 3.4.11. Infectious bovine rhinotracheitis and infectious pustular vulvovaginitis, bovine again. Adapted in 2017, the level of amendment is moderate. Here we add statements to the summary of the chapter on the use of specialized indirect milk ELISA method. We expand the information in the introduction regarding the virus stability and the inactivation methods. We update and reformat the section on molecular methods used for diagnostic purposes, primer, probe sequences, and cycling parameters. And finally, we are contemplating adding a section to the serology section, adding a statement to the serology section to specify the reduced antibody levels in meat juice, limit its use for definitive status determination with regard to slaughtering. This limits the capacity to determine a definitive status, but it remains useful to estimate IBR, or rather to determine IBR prevalence in beef cattle herds. And also it remains useful as a tool for serving negative herds. We also want to add a new section on emerging rapid diagnostics. Madam Chairperson, I therefore submit annexes 13, 14, 15 for comment.
For your interventions. There are no interventions. Can proceed. So
Je propose pour adoption.
Therefore, the three annexes are proposed for adoption.
we proposed for adoption Annex 13, 14, and 15. So are there any objections on Annex 13? Any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of this standard. For Annex 14, are there any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of the standard Annex 14. And for Annex 15, are there any objections? Any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of the three standards by consensus from the Assembly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous passons donc à l'annexe 16.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We move on Annex 16, Chapter 3.5.1, camel pox. Adopted in 2021, the level of amendment is minimal. It's simply about replacing the terms old world with new world. For camelids, simply to comply with the WOAH standards. And we look at updating and reformatting the section on molecular methods using primer methods for real-time and conventional PCR, for the cycling parameters and all the parameters that go with it. Annex 17, Chapter 3.6.4, equine encephalomyelitis, Western equine and Western and Venezuela equine encephalomyelitis. Adopted in 2023, the level of amendment is extensive. Update on the information on all three viruses, differentiating them individually, and also with regard to the distribution of the reservoir, the vector, the pathogenicity, etc. Oh, sorry. So as I was saying, it is Annex 17, Chapter 3.6.4, equine encephalomyelitis, both Eastern, Western, and Venezuelan, adopted 2021. Level of amendment is extensive. here we are asking to clarify the 3 viruses individually. In order to differentiate them with regard to distribution, reservoir hosts, vectors, pathogenicity, and so on. Also, we want to thoroughly update the section on biosecurity. For diagnostic techniques, we add a new table for Venezuelan equine encephalomyelitis, and for the confirmation diagnostic tests for Eastern, Western, and Venezuelan equine encephalomyelitis. We clarify virus isolation with 3 ticks, real-time RT-PCR 3 ticks, and we add sequencing, complete genome sequencing for the Venezuelan virus will allow to identify epizootic variants. We also want to delete hemagglutination inhibition and complement fixation tests for the Eastern and the Western viruses. We want to include the IgM detection ELISA method, plaque reduction neutralization, and viral neutralization tests with the aim to confirm clinical cases, 2 ticks, as well as plaque reduction neutralization and viral neutralization for surveillance purposes, and also in order to recognize it is a specific test for population freedom of the disease. 3 ticks for all 3 viruses. Finally, we want to include a subsection on vaccine development focused on the improvement of the Venezuelan strain. This is a live attenuated vaccine, and the work is progressing appropriately. This means, Madam Chairperson, that I submit annexes 16 and 17 for any comments.
Requests from the Assembly? Can proceed. We can propose for adoption.
Je propose pour adoption.
Yes, both annexes are proposed for adoption.
Propose for adoption Annex 16. Are there any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of Annex 16, Camelpox. I proposed for adoption Annex 17. Are there any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of the both standards by consensus from the Assembly.
Merci, Madame. Annexe 18. Le chapitre 3.6.6. L'influenza équine due au virus de l'influenza équine. Adopté en 2019 au niveau d'amendement extensif. Dans le résumé, il nous est demandé donc d'indiquer que le vaccin recombinant à base du virus pox du canari, qui est utilisé comme vecteur, recevant donc, exprimant le gène H de l'hémagglutinine de l'influenza équin est un vaccin largement utilisé et que l'ELISA, basé sur la nucléoprotéine, est un test qui permet de différencier animaux vaccinés d'animaux non vaccinés, donc un vaccin DIVA. En introduction, d'ajouter que la mortalité est élevée pour les populations naïves décudées.
Pardon, Dr. Kwasi, can we double check with the translation in English? Is it going now?
Which one?
Can we check the translation?
It's working again. There was a channel issue, sorry. No, it's not gone. The translation is back. There was a channel issue, sorry. Yes, it's working. It's working again. So in summary, we asked to add the vaccines. Should I? Okay, I'll start again. So I was saying that the recombinant vaccine, based on the canary pox virus used as a vector, expressing the hemagglutinin gene, is a widely used recombinant vaccine. And the nucleoprotein-based ELISA method is helpful to differentiate infected animals from vaccinated animals, so animals being vaccinated with the DIVA vaccine. We also add that in naive equine populations, mortality is very high. We also recommend sequencing of both hemagglutinin gene and neuraminidase gene to monitor genetic evolution.
Ces souches.
An update, an in-depth update of the methods used, in particular of inhibition of hemagglutination and hemolysis, radial simple hemolysis, adding a subsection on rapid tests that were developed. With regard to vaccination requirements, we may remove the single radial division because the ingredients that allow to perform these tests are just no longer produced, and add a section on sero-monitoring by using the simple radial hemolysis techniques, inhibition of hemagglutination, and including the DIVA test. Annex 19, Chapter 3.6.10, glanders and melioidosis, was adopted in 2018. Level of amendment extensive. As an introduction, the change to say that glanders is re-emerging in some areas, and the melioidosis has similar clinical signs, is also re-emerging and expanding. We may revise the scores of many diagnosis tests in Table 1. ELISA, double antigen ELISA of level 2, is now recommended as a test for freedom from infection before the movement of the animal. A real-time PCR, 3 ticks, is recommended for the confirmation of the clinical cases. We may add footnotes in the serological testing for donkeys and mules. And we add Burkholderia pseudomallei to the subsection on morphology of the pathogenic agent. Updating this subsection on identification of Burkholderia malei and B. pseudomallei by PCR, and adding a new subsection on molecular typing methods and on the whole genome sequencing. A thorough update of the test in this section on serology. This includes CFT, ELISA, and immunoblot assays. These tests cannot differentiate between infections caused by Burkholderia malei and B. Burkholderia pseudomallei infection. Annex 19, Chapter 3.6.10. It's about glanders and melioidosis. So it was required to act to section B2, 3, B2, the PCR assays for the detection of Burkholderia malei, and add the methods for biomarkers which are located in the stable regions. After the sentence, the use of multiple PCR systems, and include a reference about this addition. And section B.3.3.3, immunoblot assays, add the following new paragraph, which says a procedurally similar chemiluminescent immunoblot assay that performs comparably to the validated colorimetric acid was developed, but also this new test can be performed in very little time and allows a greater ease of interpretation. Madam Chair, to submit Annex 18 and 19 to comments.
No comments from the Assembly. And proceed.
Je propose pour adoption ces deux textes.
So I submit these two chapters for adoption.
Annex 18. Are there any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? No. So chapter is adopted. Annex 19, proposed for adoption. Any objections? No. Any abstentions? No. Both standards, I confirm the adoption by consensus from the Assembly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Annex 20, Chapter 3.8.3, contagious agalactia, it was adopted in 2018. The level of amendment is moderate. It's an update in the description of the disease, and precise that this is contagious agalactia is a syndrome that mostly affects sheep and goats due to an infection with Mycoplasma agalactiae. which is the primary pathogenic agent. The role of the other mycoplasmas are sort of relative, secondary. In epidemiology, the goal is to strengthen the evidence of reservoir in small ruminants and specify that intermittent shedding in milk and that we shall insist on the reduced emphasis on geographical distribution and camelid infections. We should include recommendations on selective media and specific culture conditions for Mycoplasma galaxiae, and to the section on Mycoplasma isolation. Should we name the subsection on microarray analysis of the by isothermal molecular assays, and updated the text to include the LAMP method in the subsection. It's on the vaccines for Mycoplasma mycoids. Remove, delete from the subsection on vaccines Mycoplasma capri, Mycoides capricolum subsissus capricolum, and Mycoides putrefaciens, because they do not fall within the scope of this chapter. The culture methods strengthen recommendations on selective media enriched with serum and yeast extract. And optimize incubation conditions in CO2 enriched atmosphere. Expand to PCR targets and protocols. You shall emphasize the validation methods while including internal controls and the requirements considerations for laboratory optimization. Annex 21, Chapter 3.10.2, cysticercosis, that includes infection with Taenia solium. That was adopted in 2021. The level of amendment is minimal, and the summary requires us to add that the PCR techniques followed by sequencing allow to differentiate the things that are germs that are morphologically similar from Taenia spp and Echinococcus spp eggs. Madam Chair, I now suggest to comment Annex 20 and 21. Thank you.
No interventions. You may proceed.
Je propose pour adoption.
Suggest for adoption.
Annex 20. Are there any objections? No. Are there any abstentions? I confirm the adoption of this standard. And now Annex 21 proposed for adoption. Are there any abstentions? No. Are there any objections? Sorry, it's in the wrong side. No. Both are adopted by consensus from the Assembly. I give the floor to Montse now.
Thank you. Just a reference. I'm very happy to see that the whole bulk of biological standards proposals for adoption have been adopted by the membership, and the fact that there were no comments and no objections is due to the work that the BSC did. Starting from the February meeting, where they had a lot of engagement with the reference labs, trying to address all their comments that came through the February report. So this actually facilitated being able to present to you the changes that Dr. Kwasi just did. So congratulations for your involvement in this process, and also to thank the reference labs that they did an amazing work, and of course the Biological Standards Commission on trying to streamline the process and propose chapters that are very well aligned with the comments from the membership. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwasi.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci. Donc, avec
So, with the adoption of this chapter, so we'll finish with the chapter on the diseases of terrestrial animals.
Because we are currently running behind the schedule, I would invite you to slightly shorten the remaining presentation.
OK.
Okay?
OK.
Thank you so
D'accord.
much.
OK. Bon, je vais aller un peu plus vite.
Okay, we'll go faster. In the manual, there's a section on vaccines, and I had the opportunity to talk about it. And here, on this slide, you have you can see the work that we've performed on this section. That's the section at the start of the manual. It's about the general recommendations. And in every chapter, it is for the diseases that have vaccines. And for that purpose, we had to work on the various points: sterility, purity, identity of the vaccine, the sterile characteristics, and the safety of the vaccine. Let me give you an example. It's the vaccine on the African swine flu. It took us 2 years, after 4 cycles of comments between you as member states and the Commission, in order to come up with a vaccine that meets some specific requirements with regard to quality and safety. So for the vaccine, still following yet last year's forum, we undertook the revision of some sections, and we are still revising some sections, and we took several points into account. So the 3 R's: compliance, replacement, reduction, restraints, new technologies like RNA, mRNA vaccines, DVA vaccines. And also we introduced the post-vaccination monitoring and post-vaccination evaluation, as well as substandard vaccines. The main outcomes are the updates in Chapter 1.8 on the principles of veterinary vaccine production. And the work is still on and continuing, and we will also review Section 2.3 of the terrestrial manual. I'll be quick. Sorry. This slide, just to explain that the chapter 3.6.8 on equine rhinopneumonitis is infection with visceral virus equi-alpha 1. Well, the title has changed on the basis of the recommendations made by the International Committee for Viral Taxonomy, because this title is not correct. And the manual in general, we have the title of the chapters, the name of the disease followed in brackets by the name of the gene that causes the disease. So, but here, let me make an exception. I will give the name of the chapter, and the name of the chapter is the agent that causes the disease. So it will be chapter 3.6.8, infection with equid herpes virus 1 in equine species. Now, the reference centers, it's the third point on the agenda. Well, the activities in the reference centers. The reference centers include the reference laboratories and collaborating centers. So this table clearly shows that in total we have 356 reference centers with 273 reference laboratories and 83 collaborating centers that are distributed in 40 countries for reference lab and 34 countries for collaborating centers and 50 countries in total, because some countries both host reference labs and collaborating centers. And this means that we are working on 106 animal diseases, and we have 202 experts in the for the centers, collaborating center. We cover the 6 main focus areas with more than 36 specialties. The distribution is displayed on the right side of the slide, so I will not go through the details. I think it's quite visible. Running out of time. So the work in the reference laboratories, well, we closely monitor this work within the Commission for Biological Standards. It's about diagnostic innovation and validation of these methods in order to confirm a diagnosis in a reliable manner. We develop new technologies based on the scientific progress. This, for instance, for African swine flu, swine fever, we have a reduction, a refinement and validation of molecular methods used, and we also used serological diagnostic assays for avian influenza, for instance. Contribution to standardization and validation of tests for foot and mouth diseases are just a few examples. For epidemiology and surveillance, it's the work on the virus characterization and evolution. This is through an active participation in international research and surveillance networks that we have in place. These reference laboratories produce materials as well as reagents that are fully validated, and they're available to you so that you can perform diagnosis that are satisfactory. So the labs and the reference labs for WOAH are involved in diagnosis, and they provide global support to member states, and they're involved in the training, and they define the quality of the role of WOAH reference laboratories. Okay, I have to hurry up, sorry. The role now of the collaborating center, of reference centers, I mean, is to generate and disseminate knowledge. I will be very quick. That's about scientific commitment with awareness raising that follows. And there's also a specific regional support to countries and global support to WOAH policies. So the collaborating centers are involved in the harmonization, collaboration, and training and dissemination of knowledge through its member countries. So you really have to use these reference centers as a basis in order to improve your diagnosis and train your staff and the laboratories. So this is just some networks that we've recently implemented. It's the network of reference laboratories for rabies, African swine fever, PPR, animal welfare, and also this OFLU and the network for foot and mouth disease. The resolution on the reference labs was presented to you for adoption by electronic method. The resolution for the collaborative centers was submitted to you, and we'll find out very soon. For the reference laboratories now, well, for this year, on the list of the reference labs, there's the reference lab for trichinosis. It's a laboratory in France. It's ANSES. For African swine fever, there's a lab in Japan. And for lumpy skin disease, a lab in Serbia. For collaborating centers, thank you. For collaborating centers, the new collaborating centers for controlled diagnosis of animal diseases with bacterial origin and antimicrobial resistance in African regions, in Egypt, collaborating center for AMR in terrestrial animals in Korea, a collaborating center for animal welfare and sustainable livestock systems in Colombia, a collaborating center for animal welfare in Tunisia. So let me now, I remember last year I had introduced this slide. So I'm getting back to this slide just to really insist on the significance of the slide, because there's a need to have collaborating reference labs for these diseases. Some regions, so we have equine encephalomyelitis for all regions, PPR in Africa. We have Nagana in Africa. It creates a lot of problems because the continent suffers a lot from this disease, and there's not even a reference lab there. So it's important that Africa, is making a step forward. There's glanders in America as an Asia and Asia Pacific, and the Pacific, and there was a new. Once again, there was the One Health in Americas, Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. We also take care of reagents, materials, for the diagnosis of animal diseases, and this list should be reinforced. It's about painstaking and long-term work to promote these reagents and make sure they are available to the member states. This point on the kit, Dr. Quest.
To insist, but you really need to conclude.
OK. Wow. Nous avons donc attendu.
Hold on. We have Rinderpest to say that only 3 countries in the world still have infectious material. I want to show them here the training project. That's the list of the countries that were involved in this project, and that's a project that is working very well. In total, we had 123 projects. 103 of them were completed, and 16 of them are still underway. And based on this, we had reference centers on collaborative centers, 24 in total. So you have the list of the countries who were involved in this project this year and their distribution.
Avec
And here we have worked with the other commissions, the Scientific Commission for Animal Disease, they mentioned it yesterday, the Terrestrial Animal Health Standards Commission. With the Aquatic Animals Commission, we did not really have a meeting, hold meeting, but we did discuss the management methods for transversal issues. This is the work program for the terrestrial manual, the reference centers. We're also going to follow up on the implementation of the other specialist commissions' work for case definitions, and we're going to work on standardization and harmonization of reagents. This is it. I'm reaching the end of my presentation, but I would like to ask Madam Chairperson to give me 1 more minute, because I would like to share with you information on an important but also a joyful event, upcoming event. Mrs. Sarah Limane is retiring. She is leaving us after having spent 30 years with us. She made a precious, worthy contribution to the Commission and to WOAH. So we have prepared a short statement, which I hope I will be allowed to read. When you're about to turn the page on your professional life, we would like to express our deep gratitude for all the years you spent with us serving WOAH in an exemplary manner. Your expertise to support the organization and your capacity to organize a secretariat for the Aquatic and Biological Commissions was a priceless contribution to our work. You are very focused on details, you are very rigorous, and thanks to your qualities and skills, you've been able to discreetly support essential work for the WOAH mission. Not only do you have technical skills, but you're also very patient, very kind, available at all times. And this really will be remembered by all those who were lucky enough to work with you. You always were kind to everybody, but also very professional, including in the most demanding moments. Your retirement will leave a big gap. You will be missed both for your human and professional qualities, but we will keep the memories of a respected colleague, somebody we really admired and liked. We wish you a happy retirement, peaceful, and we hope that you will have good times with your family, and we wish you a lot of satisfaction in this new stage in your life. With our full admiration, gratitude, and best wishes for the future. Farewell, Sarah.
We have
Madame
a
la
request.
Présidente,
We have
Madam Chairperson.
we have Sweden asking for taking the floor.
ok.
Please, Sweden.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be very short, but on behalf of the 27 EU member states, we really would like to congratulate the Biological Standard Commission for its essential work, and in particular on the biological standards chapters, and also for taking into account all our comments. And as you know already, we have supported all chapters, as did all of us, and that is I think, a good result for your good work. And we also would like to congratulate Sarah Liana for all your very good work, and we all appreciate, and we know that you, with your kindness, have managed to network and get together all the collaborating centers, and you have worked with a diagnostic manual, etc., etc., etc. And we wish you also from the EU a very joyful retirement. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, chers
Madam Chairperson, dear delegates. This is the end of my presentation. On behalf of all the members of the Biological Standards Commission, I thank you for your participation. And as we said earlier, we want even more participation so that our work provides more satisfactory results. I would like to thank the whole technical team, all the people working behind the curtains in the back office who prepare the documents in such a way that we can be more efficient when we work in the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wasi Heeman. And on behalf of the Assembly, I want to apologize for starting half an hour late, and it contribute for this very difficult presentation that you now shared with us. But I can see that I have a request from requesting the floor. Light. Okay, Kenya, we have. I give you the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief. I speak on behalf of the 54 Africa Union member states. Africa thanks the Biological Standards Commission for its work and reaffirms support for adoption of the terrestrial manual chapters reviewed. Africa Union member states express sincere appreciation to the President of the Biological Standards Commission for the comprehensive report presented. The report highlights the Commission's continued scientific leadership in strengthening international standards for veterinary diagnostics, vaccines, laboratory quality assurance, biosafety, and disease surveillance. Africa Union member states particularly appreciate the ongoing revision of the terrestrial manual and efforts aimed at harmonizing laboratory procedures, improving diagnostic specimen management, and strengthening biosafety systems globally. Once again, Africa Union member states thank the President and members of the Biological Standards Commission for the dedication and valuable contribution to WOAH, to the work of WOAH. Thank you.
Australia, yes, you have the floor. Be short, please.
Thank you. I was going to not do this because I know we're short of time, but I also wanted to add my thank you and acknowledgement of the work of the Biological Standards Commission. It is because of the proactive engagement that we have had with the Secretariat and the President on the comments that we submitted that we were able to support the adoption without intervention, and we are very grateful for that. We are also very supportive of the Commission's continued work to improve the introduction text for the Leishmaniasis Chapter 3.1.11 and look forward to contributing to its further development as we have agreed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, I join all of you delegates.
Oui, je m'associe à tous les délégués qui soulignent le fait que ces commentaires positifs sont tout à fait mérités. Et donc, moi aussi, je voudrais remercier le docteur Kwasi et son équipe pour leur très bon travail. Bien, on avance. Et nous allons donc maintenant écouter la présentation sur les résultats des résolutions techniques adoptées électroniquement avant la session générale. Donc, les résolutions suivantes ont été adoptées. Je vais commencer par la 19, reconnaissance de la fièvre afteuse, du statut de fièvre afteuse, statut des membres. Résolution 20, approbation des programmes de contrôle officiel pour la fièvre afteuse par les membres. Résolution numéro 21, reconnaissance de la pleuropneumonie bovine, du statut de pleuropneumonie contagieuse par les membres. 22, approbation des programmes de contrôle officiel pour la pleuropneumonie bovine contagieuse des membres. Résolution numéro 23, reconnaissance du statut de encéphalopathie spongiforme bovine des membres. 24, reconnaissance de la fièvre équine africaine des membres. Résolution 25, reconnaissance du statut Pesseromino des membres. 26, reconnaissance de l'état de peste porcine africaine des membres. 27, approbation des programmes de contrôle officiel pour la rage transmise par les chiens pour les membres. 28, désignation des installations pour les matériaux de contenu pour l'exemption de la rinderpest. 33.
Aquatic and terrestrial animal diseases. I would like to congratulate all members concerned. And we will now proceed with the distribution of the certificates. And for that, I invite Kevin Isaacs Kawi to join us on stage for this distribution.
Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. Every year since 1996, WOAH has had the distinct honor to recognize those members who have worked tirelessly to achieve disease-free status. And today, that moment belongs to the remarkable members sitting in this room today. Together, let us celebrate your efforts and the impact they have on animal health, on livelihoods, and on trust. My name is Kevin, and I'm delighted to be your Master of Ceremony. Now for a bit of housekeeping. May I kindly ask all members who are receiving certificates today to kindly make their way towards the front of the auditorium and to please remain seated until your country and territory name is called. We'll make sure to take very good care of you from then on. Okay, so why are we here today? What does official recognition really stand for? when we talk about recognition, what we're really talking about is what you in this room have built. You comply with WOAH's international standards. Your veterinary services are robust and reliable. And this sends a very positive message to the rest of the world. Recognition also becomes a bridge to global trade through the World Trade Organization. Animals and animal products move safely across borders, markets open, both regionally and globally. And that creates real opportunities, stronger economies, and ultimately, greater confidence in your animal health systems. And the programs, well, that's how the progress continues. You gain access to international expertise and training. Governments become more engaged in disease elimination and control. Your efforts grow stronger and more visible, and that visibility in turn opens new doors to funding, to partnerships, to plenty of new possibilities. And as you work together across regions and with the members sitting beside you in this room today, coordination becomes stronger, disease control becomes more effective, and progress reaches further. And this is exactly what we celebrate here today. Concrete progress made possible by the hard work that you have done. So now, let's take a moment to recognize it. To assist with the ceremony, I would now like to invite onto center stage the President of the Assembly, the Director General, and the Deputy Director General for Standard Setting and Implementation. Please join us on center stage. Thank you. Okay, for our recipients, just a quick word on the process. I will call members in alphabetical order. You will make your way onto center stage using these stairs here on your right. The president will hand you your medal and your certificate, and our lovely photographer will capture this moment with you on center stage. And yes, this is your special moment today, so please make sure to enjoy it. Okay, let's begin. Let's give a warm round of applause to Bolivia. Bolivia has achieved classical swine fever-free zone status. Bolivia, please join us on center stage. Congratulations. 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 Brazil has achieved foot and mouth disease-free zones where vaccination is not practiced. Please join us in congratulating Brazil. Congratulations. Congratulations. We are proud to present 2 certificates to Colombia today. Colombia has achieved a foot and mouth disease-free zone where vaccination is not practiced, as well as classical swine fever-free zone status. Please join us in congratulating Colombia. Celebrating also today is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan has achieved a foot and mouth disease-free zone where vaccination is practiced. Please join us in congratulating Kazakhstan. Malawi have achieved a WOAH-endorsed dog-mediated rabies control program. As the delegation of Malawi is unable to receive their certificate in person today, a representative from WOAH will accept the certificate on their behalf. Let's celebrate Malawi. Saudi Arabia has achieved a WOAH-endorsed dog-mediated rabies control program. Let's celebrate Saudi Arabia. Sri Lanka has achieved Peste des petits ruminants free status. Let's celebrate Sri Lanka. The Republic of Turkey has achieved a foot and mouth disease-free zone where vaccination is practiced. Let's celebrate the Republic of Turkey. Zimbabwe has achieved a WOAH-endorsed dog-mediated rabies control program. Let's celebrate Zimbabwe. I now invite the President of the Assembly to join me at the lectern to say a few words.
First of all, say that it was a very important moment, and I'm very happy for all of those that your teams and the ones that were here on the stage to celebrate sometimes it's many years of efforts to reach these possibilities. So I would like to warmly congratulate all members all the teams who have received this official recognition or endorsement during this important general session. And these recognitions, as I was saying, reflect sustained national commitment, scientific rigor, and the continuous effort of the veterinary services in support animal health and safe trade. So we will now proceed with the delivery of certificates related to the recognition of efforts towards the destruction and sequestration of rinderpest virus-containing materials. So back to you for the certificate ceremony.
Thank you very much, Madam President. What we've celebrated thus far is progress, but as we know, progress once achieved must also be protected. That brings us to something equally as important, the safeguarding of a historic achievement, global freedom from rinderpest. When we talk about the safe holding and destruction of rinderpest materials, what we're actually talking about is responsibility. Without proper control, virus-containing materials carry a risk. Securely containing and destroying such materials reduces the risk of accidental or deliberate release. It reduces the risk of the disease returning, and it protects what has already been achieved: animal health, animal welfare, and food security. This effort also sends a clear signal. It shows compliance with WOAH international standards and resolutions. It supports the principles of the Biological Weapons Convention. It builds trust between countries and across systems. And it also sets an example for others to follow, as well as an example for future global efforts, such as the eradication of peste des petits ruminants. And this too is what we recognize today. So now let's take a moment to celebrate those efforts. India is receiving a certificate for an FAO WOAH rinderpest holding facility Category B vaccine. Let's celebrate India. The United Kingdom is receiving a certificate for the destruction of all wild-type rinderpest virus. Let's celebrate the United Kingdom. Congratulations. Oh, thank you. I love yours. Thank you to our Director General, our President, and our Deputy Director General. You may now stay seated. Thank you.
I think it felt like a big win, big achievement for our country. After this milestone, I think new export markets opened for us. It was a big result, yeah.
Bueno, como Bolivia nos sentimos felices, ¿no? Porque nos abrieron puertas hacia el comercio internacional, en el cual ya con los diversos países mantenemos relaciones mediante los convenios y actualizando los protocolos para importación y exportación.
Everybody was very relieved. After regaining free status, we knew that now we had better opportunities to open up the markets.
Y bueno, dentro del servicio veterinario oficial fue un orgullo para todo el equipo, ¿no? Todo este trabajo tiene que ver con todo el servicio oficial y no solo los servicios ganaderos, sino todo el Ministerio de Ganadería, ¿no?
It was an achievement beyond expectations. When we did achieve the WOAH status for FMD freedom, that made things very, very simple for us. It was a very great achievement for the country.
Sí, bueno, se siente orgullo, se siente también satisfacción respecto a que se logra el objetivo, pero también mucha responsabilidad de lo que se tiene que mantener.
After all the hardships, all the difficulties, all the challenges in implementing the different programs, the different policies, in eradicating the disease.
Pues muy satisfactorio porque fue un esfuerzo de varias áreas del servicio veterinario y de algunos privados.
Brazil just had in May the last general sessions of the organizations the certificate as Brazil free of foot and mouth disease, and it was long time desired certification from not only for the veterinary services but the whole society.
Una vez que obtuvimos los estatus sanitarios, fue un hito histórico para el Paraguay, resultó un hecho histórico para nuestro país y también para el servicio.
So it feels very good. We are one of the few countries in Africa that have this status, and we can achieve, we can actually sell our beef to these good markets, and our farmers are getting good returns for their produce. So it feels good. It feels we have achieved something good.
What a powerful video. It's so lovely to see firsthand all of the work done by those members. I now invite the President of the Assembly to say a few words, as well as the Director General.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's working. So this year marks 30 years of the WOAH official animal health status recognition system. As we now could see the importance for all the members, all the territories of this recognition worldwide. So over the past 3 decades, this mechanism has become an important pillar of transparency, trust, science-based international trade, while recognizing the sustained efforts for members and veterinary services worldwide. Emmanuel?
I just want to propose that now we go to the break and share a very nice anniversary cake. That's my announcement, so let's go and share the cake.
And be back in 30 minutes.
The next session, dedicated to how WOAH can support its members, will begin at 11:30 a.m. Please make sure to be back in the auditorium to maintain quorum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I know it's hard to come back from the special cake. I really enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it too. So, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, delegates, partners, and guests. Welcome to this plenary session on tailored support to WOAH members for resilient animal health system. Today's discussion comes at a critical moment because around the world, vet services are facing increasingly complex challenges, from emerging and re-emerging diseases to climate-related risk, to biodiversity loss, to wildlife health issues, and growing demands linked to trade and global health security. In response, WOAH is strengthening its integrated support to our members through science, preparedness, capacity building, and One Health collaboration and partnerships. Under its newly established Directorate of Global Frameworks and Capacity Building, headed by our Deputy DG, Dr. Baba Sumari. So our discussion today will explore how these elements come together to help our countries build a stronger, more resilient animal health system. So it's now my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists and call them to the stage. First, Dr. Makaya Bios Vingesi, our delegate from Zimbabwe. Please. Dr. Sumati Indirdio, Delegates of the Bahamas. Welcome. Dr. Anna Wong, Senior Director of Wildlife Trade and National Parks Board of Singapore. Dr. Elsa Dibong, Secretary General of BRIZOD, the International Collaborative Initiative to Prevent Zoonotic Disease Emergence. And Dr. Junsia Song, Chief of One Health and Disease Control of FAO. Welcome, Junsia. And of course, our Deputy DG, Dr. Baba Sumari. So we will go straight to business, and please, Dr. Baba, I give you the floor for your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aya. Madam President of the World Assembly, our dear Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It is a privilege to address you at this 93rd General Session of the World Organization of Animal Health. We meet at a time, and this was said several times here. Indeed, we meet at a time when the global risk landscape is becoming more complex, more interconnected, and more unpredictable. The high impact of endemic and neglected disease, the emergence and re-emergence of infectious disease, the growing risk at the human-animal environment interface, climate change, biodiversity loss, and complex trade dynamics are putting animal health system under increasing pressure. In this context, resilience and well-governed veterinary services are not optional. They become essential. Essential to prevent, detect, and respond to animal health threats. Essential to safeguard livelihoods, biodiversity, and food systems. Essential to ensure safe trade, global health security, and security tout court. How do we translate our mandate into action to better support you? At its core, WOAH's mandate is to support members in improving animal health worldwide. Today, this mandate translates into a clear objective: to enable you members to assess risk, to prevent, detect early, and respond rapidly to health threats within resilient and sustainable systems. But how shall we deliver on this commitment? As part of its strategic transformation, our Director General alluded a lot on this in her report. So as part of its strategic transformation to better serve its members, WOAH is strengthening its support into a more integrated and coordinated offer. This includes, as Shadia was mentioning, the establishment of a dedicated directorate designed to bring together capacity building, science, technical expertise, and data into a coherent system while leveraging regional frameworks and partnerships. Global and regional frameworks and partnerships. Strengthening veterinary services. How do we help build the foundation? At the core of our mission lies a simple evidence. Strong veterinary services are the backbone of competent animal health system. Through our capacity building framework programs and field support, including the PVS pathway, we empower you to assess the performance of your system and monitor progress. We empower you to build effective public-private partnerships. We strengthen legislation, veterinary education, statutory bodies, and continuous learning. We help you implement tailored capacity improvement towards sustainability. We help build bridges among you members, to transfer technology from the stronger to the lesser strong, the lesser resources, through example, twinning programs. DG reports gave several illustrations of the specific number of activities around the world. Over time, PVS pathways has evolved into a formidable data-driven performance monitoring framework. With the PVSIS, we can support continuous capacity development grounded in evidence and aligned with international standards. It is recognized by governments and resource partners. We have heard from World Bank highlighting it, and is being used, the PVS pathways and its tools, by CVOs to successfully advocate for investment in veterinary service. Empowering you, members, means also increasing your access to science, expertise, and knowledge systems. Through our global reference center network, Dr. Kwasi just reminded us through a very well done slides. Over 350 reference laboratories and collaborating centers worldwide. You have a direct access to a pool of scientific excellence, tailored to your context and needs, because they do vary. What Senegal may need, France may not, even though we're going to bid you at the World Cup. So, to support you across the full animal health spectrum, from diagnostics and vaccine guidance to epidemiology, surveillance, risk assessment, and disease control. Through research coordination and foresight, we identify knowledge gaps. We have the example of the hosting the study JAS Secretariat, as you know. And we link research programs to funders to respond to future needs and evolving risk with always up-to-date and fit-for-purpose international standards and guidelines. From capacity to preparedness and resilience, how do we help you act before crisis? Strong systems also means well-prepared, able to assess, anticipate, and manage health risk. In today's interconnected world, a local outbreak or biological threat can rapidly become a global health emergency. This underscores the critical importance of preparedness planning, including for agrocrime, agroterrorism, and wildlife-borne health threats. Through strategic frameworks, programs, and tailored field support, we bring together capacity, knowledge, expertise, and tools to enable you to strengthen risk assessment, preparedness, and contingency planning, to enhance emergency response capabilities, to access technical assistance, expert deployment, and technology transfer. We deliver impact through partnerships. WOAH does not act alone. The challenge is too big for any to do so. Our integrated offer is strengthened through collaboration with you, our members, with international and regional technical and financial organizations, partners, frameworks, and networks. Under GFTAT, we had the opportunity to enjoy very brilliant GFTAT-related sessions during the side event. So again, kudos to our GFTAT teams, both from FAO and WOAH. So through GFTAT, we closely cooperate with FAO, regional partners such as AU-IBAR, etc., to leverage resources and expertise to strengthen regional and global disease strategies and help you tackle high-impact transboundary animal disease such as PPRs, African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, highly pathogenic avian influenza, etc. We also help you operationalize One Health as an enabler of impact. For greater coherence and efficiency of our support, WOAH applies One Health principles across all our departments and services, connecting epidemic intelligence, zoonotic diseases, wildlife health, aquatic animal health, animal welfare, antimicrobial resistance and food safety frameworks and strategies with major risk drivers. Under the tripartite or the quadripartite, we team up with FAO, WHO, and UNEP, and work in line with the One Health Joint Plan of Action to support you members in strengthening cross-sectoral collaboration, co-creating One Health training and learning initiatives and tools to conduct joint risk assessment, to improve sharing, to conduct risk assessment, improve sharing of data and facilities such as laboratories or EOCs. And we help align national actions with global frameworks. At a global level, this also means ensuring that the health of animals, domestic, wild, terrestrial, and aquatic, is fully considered in key agendas that are addressing major risk drivers such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pandemic threats. And as we heard during the forum, intervening at the animal health source remains the most cost-effective way to prevent zoonotic risk before they spill over and result in devastating consequences to human ecosystems and economies. I will hand the moderator with just a call to action. Indeed, all these tools, frameworks, and support available to you may not go if we don't have a strong commitment and engagement from our leaders, our country leaders, from you members. So the impact will depend very much on your engagement. So we encourage you to make an optimal use of the standards and the capacity building tools and guidelines to strengthen our scientific and technical network and to make an optimal use of them. I want, if just to pause here again to stress the critical importance of our network of experts, our reference centers, our reference labs and collaborating centers. They are really our cheville ouvrière that are helping us provide fit-for-purpose standards that are helping us package, support, and deliver it to you. So we just reiterate our call for more application for reference centers, in particular in the underserved regions. As we have seen in Dr. Kwasi's slide, we have very few in Africa, we have very few in the Middle East. So just a strong call. Just to hand, I will say that our role, we understood it and we take it very seriously. It's very clear to us. It is to accompany you with tailored, need-based support aligned with your priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Baba, for setting the scene very clearly. To unpack this, I would like now to start the panel discussion with our panelists that they represent our members, our reference centers, and our partners. So the first question I would like to ask for our delegate from Zimbabwe, Dr. Makaya, given the limited resources and the need for prioritization, how can WOAH support our members across the continuum from disease preparedness and response to prevention to strengthening animal health? And where do you see the greatest need today?
Thank you. Thank you. I think member states, for member states to improve resilience, emergency preparedness, and strengthen animal health systems, I think there should be the balancing of global financing of One Health activities across the major sectors of One Health, that is human health, animal health, and environment. To be more specific, I'm referring to wildlife. More than 75% of human infections originate from animals. And normally we say prevention is better than cure. So I would think that it would be fair to have 75% of global financing to animal health so that we prevent the infections to come to humans. But in some cases, we find that is the opposite. So I think that is the first area which we should look at. And the second area is when we are addressing One Health challenges at the human, livestock, and environment interface. You know, in Zimbabwe, and I think in most of the SADC countries, we really do have a problem at the interface. Humans, they want to encroach into the wildlife environment. They want to maybe to look for land to cultivate, but at the same time, there is unregulated increase in populations of wildlife. On Wednesday, this Wednesday, I got a call from home. One woman was gored by a buffalo, which had escaped from one of the conservancies. And you know, more than 7 countries in the SADC region are now infected with FMD, foot and mouth disease. And you find the elephant population is uncontrolled in Botswana, Zimbabwe, just to mention a few. Anthrax become probably, you find that wild dogs, hyenas, you know, they spread rabies. I'm very grateful to WOAH that we got 100,000 doses of rabies to control rabies in Zimbabwe. And of course, WOAH, you saw today, we received the award. It was because of WOAH they also helped us to get that, to develop the dossier, which is very commendable. I don't know whether it's the climate change or it's just the impact of climate change. We do have an increase in LSD, the lambskin disease in Southern Africa. And in Zimbabwe, we do have regions, Zimbabwe is like a plateau, where Harare is up there, and when you go, as you go to South Africa, the Limpopo is a lowland. You find that there was the more activity of biting insects. There are a lot of rains in those areas which used to be dry, and the lambskin disease is really a menace in those areas. So it's really a problem at that interface. So I think the financing or activities should be focused at the interface. The third point is really to encourage member states to adopt and use the WOAH standards for disease control and also strengthen the animal health systems to facilitate trade in animals and animal products. Then the third point is capacity building, especially when it comes to training lab capacities, training in WOAH standards, training in disease surveillance. Like in Zimbabwe, we had training of field veterinarians to participate, to work together with the inspectors, the medical inspectors of drugs across, I know these unregistered drugs across borders. And we are happy that that training is now extended to veterinarians to be inspectors as well, which is really a good thing. Also, WOAH helped us. This last April, we had training in national bridging workshop, financed by WOAH, whereby the medical experts, the veterinary experts were trained, and they were brought together. Also, the environment experts were brought and were trained so that we bridge those differences between vets, medical people, and the environment. It was a very good training. Thank to WOAH for that. And also the biohazard training by WOAH was also held in Zimbabwe, where the vets, human experts, and environment experts were also part of that. So I think in brief, that is my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for highlighting both operational realities from a national perspective and also some strategic priorities that WOAH should look at, including the issue of human-wildlife conflict, the interface with the environment, and also the impact of climate change on animal diseases. And I join your call that 75% of funding going to health should come to animal health. Thank you. Now to the Bahamas. Dr. Somati, how does WOAH contribute to strengthening members' vet services, particularly through system assessment, progress analysis, and actionable impact input for improvement? And what are the opportunities exist for countries to translate WOAH recommendation into resilient and sustainable system?
Thank you for your question, and thank you for the invitation to be part of the panel. Good afternoon, everyone. The Bahamas wishes to thank WOAH for their continued support. And before I answer the question, I want to give you a background of the Bahamas' ideal situation. So in March of 2026, we were the recipient of the PVS evaluation from WOAH. For small islands like the Bahamas, tailoring WOAH's support, the context such as traditions, cultural practices, and economic reality is important. The Bahamas sits in the hurricane belt of the Caribbean, meaning that every year there is potential to be affected by at least one major hurricane. Therefore, our livestock systems have to be built within the framework of climate resilience. Livestock production for us is not only for food, but also as a tourist attraction. Example, the popular swimming pigs, feeding iguanas, swimming with dolphins, among others. The Bahamas imports more than 90% of its food. Thus, there is a need for stringent import guidelines, thorough risk assessment, and strict border control. Additionally, this places tremendous strain on farmers who are faced with high production costs and low returns. As an island nation with a population of under 400 persons, dispersed across an archipelago of 700 islands and keys, has severe limitations. Despite these vulnerabilities, if given the support, the Bahamas can transform them into meaningful opportunity and a resilient agricultural system. The barriers that the Bahamas faced during our PVS evaluation. We were given an opportunity for PVS evaluation, and initially there were 3 evaluators identified and scheduled for that evaluation. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, only 2 evaluators were able to make that evaluation. Because of that, we had to cut back, we had to shorten, compress, and left out some of the places we had originally intended for the evaluation to be carried out. Additionally, timing of the mission. And we're asking that others, we're giving you this information so others can learn from our experience. The timing of the mission is important. The Bahamas embarked on this evaluation 2 months before general elections. Therefore, the momentum and the collaboration gained by the evaluation was not sustained. Opportunities that were created by the previous evaluation. The previous recommendations elevated the profile of the animal health within the country. It provided a blueprint to access funding to develop adequate infrastructure. It also allows for critical training, development of human resource through capacity building. The previous report allows for a better political understanding of the needs of the livestock sector. And all of us working with politicians know how difficult this is. So the previous was very effective in this case. Previous evaluation also lends to correct a fragmented system. The Bahamas is a brand new, BASFO is a brand new institution, and the previous objective was to correct the fragmented system that we have existing at the moment. PVS also increased opportunities for fostering the interagency collaborations. It created an environment where other agencies were exposed to the intricacies and impact of the veterinary services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Somati, for illustrating the value and the importance of our tools like the BVS and how to use them to plan for actions and for also investment, to convince policymakers to invest in them. And we take note of the operational realities of the timing and the availability of the expert to support this training and this assessment. And also the context of the small islands and the increasing challenges because of climate change risk. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. And now to Dr. Anna. WOAH Connect members to global science standards and expertise through our network of reference centers. What are the main barriers preventing countries from accessing and using these scientific resources for early detection and for decision making? And how WOAH could do better to bridge this gap?
Thank you. Thank you, Chadia, and thank you, WOAH, for inviting me to this panel. Thank you. So I think the key challenge, it's not the absence of science, but it is the distance between science and the day-to-day decision-making at the country level. So from my experience, there are three broad barriers. So first is access is uneven. I did hear from just now on the Biological Standards Commission, there's more than 200 reference centers in the world. They are distributed all over the world. But sometimes engagement to these reference centers depends on your existing professional networks, how familiar you are with WOAH procedures, the language, and also your confidence to reach out, and what kind of requests you can actually ask for. So for example, when a country is confronted with an unusual mortality event in wildlife or emerging disease, countries with limited institutional networks may not know where to get information from. They may not know which center is the most relevant, how to approach them, and also what kind of support they can ask for and be provided with. So in urgent situations, this uncertainty alone can delay early detection and also early response. But on the other hand, in contrast, countries that have very good institutional knowledge and networks or professional relationships with these centers, they will get really quick and easy access to these reference centers. And second, I think there is a translation gap between scientific outputs and operational needs. Reference centers no doubt provide excellent scientific outputs, validated diagnostic protocols, pathogen characterization, but veterinary services often need this to be translated into operational needs. So for instance, what I meant is during emergency avian influenza or wildlife disease events, the question at the country level, the veterinary services, they not only want to know what strain it is, I think they want to know how should I change my surveillance strategies? What should I do? What kind of risk management measures should I put in? What kind of public communications should I put out there? So when scientific advice is not accompanied by applied risk-based guidance aligned with WOAH standards, its impact on real-time decision-making is greatly reduced. And third is on absorption capacity, because it varies. So even when high-quality scientific support is available, some veterinary services, they face constraints in their laboratory infrastructure, their personnel. So for example, a country can receive advanced diagnostic protocols from a reference center, but they may not have the laboratory systems or infrastructure or even the trained personnel to implement them at scale. So similarly, like wildlife health data may exist, but may not be routinely integrated into the national animal health systems or One Health decision frameworks. And Chadi, I think you had another question on how WOAH bridge this gap. So I think one is for WOAH to act more deliberately as a proactive broker of science, and not only as a technical repository. So for example, providing clearer front doors for members to access and help countries rapidly identify whom they can contact and what kind of support is available. And second, translation from science to policy. This means, like packaging technical expertise not only into technical reports, but as decision tools, policy briefs and applied guidance tailored to the veterinary services, so that they can answer not just what does the science say, but what should I do next, for my country and given my context. And within the WOAH Wildlife Collaborating Center Network, or WOAHNet, which was introduced by Billy earlier this week, we have seen how science to policy translation can work in practice through the collaborating centers, we have come up with simple, practical guidance for ground operations. Simple fact sheets like disease outbreak investigations, surveillance, which will be very useful for veterinary services on the ground. And we do hope to see more reference centers and collaborating centers doing that. So finally, I think one thing which is increasingly important is that embedding reference centers systematically into One Health coordination platforms is very important. Because frequently these reference centers are not government, they are institutions, so they may be left out in the One Health platforms. So, this can help make decisions more timely and coherent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna, for highlighting the critical role of science, of course, but how to translate it into policy and into actions. We need to do more policy briefs, fact sheet, to make it more accessible to policymakers. And you will be pleased to know that we have started on this initiative in the One Health department. We had our first workshop in North Africa to link science to policy. And we hope that this will be scaled up to other regions as well. And we take note of your call for WOAH to be a proactive broker of science and link those reference labs and collaborating centers to where they need them and to facilitate easy access to this expertise. Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. And now to Dr. Elsa. WOAH integrated approach places One Health at the center of prevention and resilience. From your perspective, what concrete mechanisms are most effective in ensuring that animal health capacities are fully integrated into national One Health systems and into the global framework, including climate change and biodiversity and pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shadia. Let me start by thanking WOAH for inviting us. Can you hear it working? Okay. So I was saying thank you for inviting us. Us means PRESOD. PRESOD, as you said, by introducing me to this panel, is an international collaborative platform initiative that was launched in 2021, aiming to promote prevention upstream by linking different stakeholders in the science and policy interface. So for PRESOD perspective, resilient animal health systems do more than react to crisis. They anticipate and reduce the conditions that allow diseases to emerge. Prevention at source, grounded in the One Health approach, must therefore become a core function of veterinary services and national resilience strategies, and not an afterthought. First, veterinary services must be fully embedded within national One Health governance systems and recognized as strategic actors for prevention, not only for outbreak response. Prevention for PRESOD must become as an integral component of the emergency management continuum. Second, integrated local early warning systems must become the backbone of resilience. In many countries, as you know, animal health surveillance remains the weakest and the least funded component of the One Health implementation, despite the fact that emerging threats are often first detected in animals. We therefore need joint animal, human, environmental surveillance systems, interoperable reporting platforms, joint outbreak investigation, decentralized laboratory capacities, and community-based detection mechanisms. For PRESOD, communities are central to prevention. Farmers, pastoralists, hunters, wildlife actors, and community health workers are often the first to notice unusual animal death, ecological disruption, and abnormal disease patterns. Without their trust, integration to surveillance system, early warning fails. Experiences from Ebola outbreak in Guinea in 2014, as well as what we see in different One Health platforms and networks in countries such as Vietnam, Cameroon, or Brazil, have demonstrated the value of institutionalized multi-sectoral collaboration for managing zoonotic risk. Third, we think that we need a joint workforce approach. Programs such as FATP or ISAVET are still too often developed separately, despite the fact that outbreaks occur at the human-animal environment interface. Veterinarians, public health professionals, environmental experts, and community actors should increasingly train together, investigate together, and build a shared operational culture from local to national levels. Fourth, we think that upstream risk assessment must guide prevention investment mainly, while multi-sectoral preparedness and simulation exercises should be institutionalized to build trust, coordination, and operational readiness before crises occur. At global level, to end, stronger alignment of standards and coordinated support through the quadripartite is essential. Countries often face multiple assessments, parallel reporting systems, and overlapping technical missions. And this is really a challenge. What we think is that countries should receive more effectively coordinated missions. Scientific policy implementation interfaces will therefore be critically important. For example, PRESOD and the World Organization for Animal Health recently launched a joint working group on science policy, as you were mentioned, interface, to help strengthen the translation of scientific evidence into operational prevention and preparedness actions. Finally, prevention at source must be financed as long-term investment in resilience, contributing not only to health security, but also sustainable trade, climate adaptation, and sustainable development. From PRESOD perspective, the pathway forward is therefore an integrated one. Strong veterinary services, connected surveillance systems, operational One Health governance, community engagement, joint workforce development, science policy dialogue, and sustained prevention financing. This is how prevention at source becomes concrete, by reducing risk before local spillover become regional epidemic or global crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting concrete ideas on how to do prevention at source and what's the role of the animal health sector. And we are looking forward to strengthening our collaboration with the PRESOD through this new working group that we established together. So now, because of the time limitation, we will move to our concluding section. And I will now like to invite Junsia from FAO to provide concluding reflections, particularly on the value of partnerships and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shadia. Dear delegates and experts, good afternoon. This is a really pleasure to join this very interesting, important discussion. And thank you very much, WOAH, for inviting FAO to contribute to this panel. So building on what Baba presented, the keynote speech and all the excellent presentations from the panelists, first I want to share a key message. So resilient animal health system cannot be built by a single institution. They require strong veterinary services, clear national priorities, science-based decision-making, predictable investment, and practical collaboration between the stakeholders at national, regional, and global. So WOAH support to members in this regard is highly relevant, important. It's work on science-based standards, transparency, PVS pathways to support capacity building at a country level, and guidance for safe trade, for strengthening veterinary services. FAO fully appreciate, highly valued the support WOAH's leadership and the role. So from FAO perspective, the strength of partnership lies in translating global framework and standard into practical actions. So 80 years ago, FAO was established. We just have the anniversary last year, and WOAH has been 100 years ago. And since first day, we have started collaboration between FAO and WOAH. So the first two divisions established in FAO, one of these is Animal Production and Health Division. So it's reflected the co-mandate of FAO on animal production and health. So how FAO can complement WOAH's role? It can from field presence, technical cooperation programs, and disease intelligence, early warning system, and also support biosecurity, vaccination, laboratories, all these technical components. And FAO also can bring animal health in a broader agri-food system perspective. So countries facing multiple crises and challenges, including transboundary animal diseases, antimicrobial resistance, pollutions, greenhouse emission. So how we can address this in a more holistic way, and how we can leverage strengthening veterinary services providing at a country level. So this is why at the regional and global level partnership are so important. GFTAS is a strong example how FAO and WOAH work together. It was already highlighted in Dr. Baba Smari's presentation. So we support members through GFTAS mechanism and building the different technical working groups and practical tools and focusing on prioritized diseases. Currently in FAO, we are discussing initiating a GPP Global Partnership Program for transboundary animal disease. This will further strengthen the collaboration of GFTAS. So GPP does more focus on country level to bring the priorities, the policies from GFTAS to implementation. So under GPPTAS, it will more strengthen between FAO and the WOAH collaboration. So we are talking about One Health. So there's another mechanism at the global level is quadripartite collaboration. So under One Health approach, make the collaboration even more critical. Animal health systems are not only about disease control, they are central to pandemic prevention, AMR containment, food safety, safe trade, climate resilience. The quadripartite for One Health Joint Plan of Action provide important framework for coordinated support by FAO, WOAH, and WHO and UNEP. So in conclusion, a real measure of partnership is what we deliver for members. So FAO will remain commitment to really closely collaborate with WOAH and other stakeholders to build animal health system more resilient, inclusive, and future ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Junsia, for your reflections and also the examples of our collaboration. And of course, we aspire to have more of this collaboration in different technical and thematic areas. Thank you so much. So now I would like to invite Baba to formally give the concluding remark and close the session.
Well, let me first thank our panelists for really the very valuable information you shared. I think this conversation between WOAH and its members, this dialogue, is, in my view, extremely important. And anytime we meet on a bilateral basis during this general session, or when we visit countries, but also when you are meeting with our regional teams, we have regional and sub-regional teams which are there to directly, with whom you can directly on a daily basis link. Anytime we have a conversation, it gives us an idea of the expectation. Can we explain to us what are the needs, or how we can improve our service provision to them? We have heard from colleagues here, each of them explaining how WOAH would improve its provision, its support to members. And I wanted to take here to seize this moment to thank. Someone say you cannot thank yourself, but to thank our teams. Why not? And why not? Yes, our regional teams, I said earlier, but also all our teams at HQ, who work so tirelessly. We have amazing teams across board to package the little, all the knowledge, the quality information, training materials, data, standards, to continuously package this to better support you, to better address your needs. And what this says is, of course, we always wish to do much more than we can. Unfortunately, as was highlighted earlier, resources are relatively limited compared to the request, the amount of requests we're receiving, the research for support. We wish so much to do more, which means also we need more resources. But also the second element is, in front of this, these needs and growing needs, partnership and pooling resources become more essential than ever. This is why it's so important, as Jungsha was mentioning, our partnership with FAO, but also with our other sister institution, with the private sector, et cetera, we launch an appeal to expand these partnerships. We need it. We need this to better support you all. So once again, thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you to the moderator. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, and I leave you to the next session. Thank you.
Microphone. Just everybody, if you can please come back at 2:30. Those side events that were planned for 12:45, there have been delayed until 1, but they're still there. And we'll see you back at 2:30. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. So this one is your one. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that your lunch is fully digested, because what we're about to do now is embark on a journey around the world. Welcome to the regional highlight session. I'm Kevin, and I'm delighted to be your moderator. What we're going to learn on this journey is that WOAH's 5 regions are all united by one shared mission: to build stronger animal health systems worldwide. Now, what this session boils down to is 3 simple yet powerful questions. What are the challenges that you as WOAH members face? What are your specific needs as WOAH members? And why are regional approaches essential? To help us answer those questions, I'm delighted to be joined today by 5 of our WOAH regional representatives, along with our Deputy Director General for Institutional Affairs and Governance. Together, they'll bring perspectives from across all of our regions. Our speakers will walk us through the 5 key pillars that underpin strong veterinary services. 1, early warning and transparency. 2, standards implementation. 3, disease prevention and control. 4, preparedness and emergency response. And 5, resilient and trusted animal health systems. Think of it a little bit like connecting the dots across experiences and across challenges. Now, this session is not just about listening. We really want to hear from all of you here in the room with us about your own experiences. Throughout the session, you'll be invited to participate through interactive Mentimeter questions. Your input will directly contribute to our conversation. So now, bear with me for the technical bit. I'm going to invite you to take out your smartphones, if they're not already in your hand, and to scan the QR code that will be shown shortly on the big screen behind us. Control room, can we just see the QR code on the big screen, please? Thank you very much. So please scan this QR code. It'll take you to Mentimeter, and you'll be able to log in and be part of our conversation later in this hour. Let's give you a couple more seconds. Okay. So you've had your lunch, you've had your bilaterals, your smartphone is Mentimeter ready. Let's bring the energy back into this room and begin our journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final boarding call for Air France flight to Tokyo, Narita. May all remaining passengers please proceed immediately to the Sequoia Auditorium for immediate boarding. Waiting for us on arrival in Tokyo is Dr. Tomoko Ishibashi. Tomoko will explore what it takes to stay one step ahead of emerging threats. Dr. Ishibashi, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, we all know, we all know that early detection of disease outbreak is crucial for disease control. It is the starting point for all countermeasures. So this is why the fast and accurate information really matters. Please recall that our region stretches from Fiji in the east and Iran in the west, and from Mongolia in the north and New Zealand in the south. This makes us one of the most diverse regions in the world in terms of geography, climate, and livestock farming practices, as well as social structures. As a result, it is natural that there are significant differences in both the distribution of diseases and the types of diseases that require specific responses among members. This also means that many members feel uneasy about the introduction of unfamiliar diseases. Responding to these realities in the region and supporting our members is a key part of our role as regional offices. So what do we do to provide early warnings and strengthen reporting in the region? WOAH has a long history with WAHIS. Like other regions, we promote its use through close communication with members and through focal point trainings. But today, I would like to highlight some additional point beyond that. First is expanding the geographical scope. Earlier this year, we conducted focal point training for disease reporting for participants with very different backgrounds, from non-WOAH members in the Pacific Islands to experienced WOAH focal points. Including non-WOAH members in the Pacific Islands has improved overall regional reporting capacity through WAHIS. Second is our work on epidemic intelligence in the region. This pilot initiative started in 2023 with voluntary support from Australia and aims to enhance early detection of animal diseases. Our team regularly reviews local news sources, and when we see signs of a possible outbreak, we contact the possibly affected member. This has already led to increased reporting to WAHIS. Our goal is to better understand barriers to disease notification and find practical solutions. In addition, we have also been working to integrate some existing regional information system into WAHIS, including the ASEAN Regional Animal Health Information System, ARAHIS. This was mentioned earlier by Jenny. Such integration is intended to simplify reporting and provide more timely information to members. In such a diverse region, strengthening timely reporting and transparency is an ongoing priority. This is essential to build trust and act early and to ensure effective disease control. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ishibashi, for reminding us of the importance of staying one step ahead of emerging threats. Next stop on our world tour, we're going to head on over to the Argentinian capital, Buenos Aires. There, Dr. Francisco D'Alessio will explain the importance of how to build a common language to enable global trust. Just a note for interpreters and listeners, Francisco will be taking to the floor in his native Spanish, so please put on your headsets. Dr. D'Alessio, you now have the floor.
Gracias. Okay. Gracias, Kevin. Estuvo bien el comentario de mi native Spanish, ¿no? También.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for reminding everybody that Spanish is my native language. But actually, my native language is Argentinian, not Spanish. Never mind. So I would like to follow on what Tomoko said. The multilateral spirit of organization, which consists in developing trust and understanding, but that starts with a common language. And the common language for us are the standards, the codes. And for the standards to be considered as a common language, they need to represent the opinion of most of the members who participate actively in the development of those standards. And by participating, I'm not just referring to those people who voice a concern or express their disagreement. We went through a number of Commission chairman presentations yesterday and today, and so we now understand that it's a complex process. Comments and observations must be submitted in a very specific format. It's a long and tedious process. It may last 2, 4, even 6 years. And when we choose the experts, we also have to get the countries to work. And the experts who write the standards are experts who come from different member countries. This is precisely where regional representations have to play a role. Not only do we need to send documents, so that we can have a trace of what was written, but also we have to work for the delegates and help them pass on their expertise and reinforce their team's capacity to better understand the processes, understand how to best participate in the work. I'll give you an example. There was a time in the Americas, the regional representation established a shared set of practices so that we could train the delegates and the delegate teams so that it would be easier for them to work with the focal points. They were in a better position to know exactly when to take action. They would get a better understanding of the processes. I mean, those were the challenges, how to generate more opportunities to promote our participation in such a way that we hear as many voices as we can, both on the scientific side, but also we need to understand how we can apply them, implement them, and how we can commit. Through the participation and the commitment, the countries are capable of understanding the standards content, the scientific content, and this is vital if they want to be able to implement the standards. Now, that's the work that they can rely on, the work for which they can rely on the regional representations and the regional offices.
Understanding what these standards actually mean. We're now going to continue our journey. We're going to cross the Atlantic Ocean and we're going to head to Gaborone, Botswana. Dr. Moetapele Lechwenyo will explain how tackling diseases requires a shift from national efforts to regional action. Dr. Lechwenyo, you now have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. WOAH representation play a central role in convening members to address strategic animal health issues, particularly the control of transboundary animal diseases. And this is very much true in the context of Africa, with its 4 regional offices in the north, west, south, and east, where they are there closer to the member states so that they can offer ready assistance, especially regarding the standards and complying to standards. So with this kind of work, coordination is very, very important. Regional coordination is very important. And that is one of our key responsibilities, to make sure that we are coordinated to avoid duplications and leverage on each other's. The WOAH representations design and deliver targeted capacity building programs as well that responds to members' needs. And the members' needs are not always the same. So it is very, very important to be geography specific to listen to those needs. In addition, the representations also work closely with partners, including members, partner organizations, and regional economic communities like African Union and its other recs like SADC, EAC, and others, to support the implementation of disease control programs for priority diseases like foot and mouth, PPR, African swine fever, CVPP, and the like. Through regional roadmap meetings and technical coordination platforms, WOAH helps promote harmonized approaches, information sharing, and joint planning and responses across the region. This is a coordination mechanism that we are talking about. And also at continental level, this coordination is further strengthened through mechanisms such as the GFTAS, which is very well known to you, a mechanism that involves WOAH and FAO mostly, as well as the regional economic communities, and collaboration with African Union institutions like AU IBA, AU PAMVAC, helping align regional strategies and support sustainable disease control efforts. So basically, in short, ultimately the role of WOAH representations is key to this translation of global standards and strategies into coordinated regional actions, supporting stronger veterinary systems and more effective disease prevention and control prevention and control across Africa. I think we can see how we play a very, very strategic role, and we are positioned strategically across continent, whether it be in Africa or in Asia or in the Americas. Our offices are strategically located so that we can be there for you at arm's length to respond to your needs all the time. And this is an opportunity that I encourage you to continue using and even using more so that we coordinate our efforts as we fight animal diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lechwenyo. A powerful illustration that lasting impact manifests when we move beyond national efforts. Journeying now to Moscow, Russia, Dr. Budimir Plavsic will speak to what it means to be ready before the crisis begins. Dr. Plavsic, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Kevin. Exactly as you said, we need to be ready before the crisis occurs, and this is experience from Europe. And we could show that our experience actually will present one simple truth. The preparedness cannot be created during the crisis. It should be developed well in advance, and there are tools for that, starting from trust, probably one of the most relevant, most important, then regional coordination and strong national veterinary authorities, well connected and in good interaction with other regional authorities, neighboring countries. Europe is a very interesting, beautiful region with 53 member countries. We have our 3 offices. This is a diverse region. I would say that our veterinary services are well developed. In any case, in excellent coordination between ourselves. It is also a highly connected region to trade, through movement of people, movement of animals, different commodities, including veterinary commodities. Therefore, we also have specific risks. Wildlife movement is one of those risks, and also, interestingly, we also share common ecosystems, including those related to vectors, which also deliver and distribute many diseases. As you know, viruses and wildlife and vectors, they don't recognize any border checkpoints, and we need to consider those things when we implement any actions related to preparedness, early warning, and rapid response. In the same time, biological threats are becoming more complex in our region also, shaped by climate change, transboundary movements, wildlife interfaces, changing epidemiological patterns, and geopolitical instability. I think 2 days ago that Jenny perfectly presented our region, which in terms of epidemiological situation, but also in terms of transparency, which is also a good indicator of this preparedness and rapid response. I would say that in Europe, we face that preparedness and rapid response capacities cannot remain purely nationally. They need to be, of course, their responsibility by national veterinary authorities, but no country can manage major biological threats alone. And this accumulated experience I would like to share with you today. Why? Because WOAH, together with our partners, particularly FAO and DG Sante, European Commission, from 2005 we developed GFTAD's platform to coordinate between partners, and then within this platform we also created specific activities. I will illustrate with one example which was discussed during this week. It is lumpy skin. Maybe you remember, but 10 years ago Europe faced lumpy skin disease outbreak, starting first in South and Eastern Europe, then moved to the East. Immediately we created with our partners standing group of experts, a very interesting mechanism, which is basically a platform of all member countries affected by disease, and they share their experience, their knowledge, and then during this period of 10 years, we develop very precise recommendations. I would say we made analysis recently, it is 179 recommendations, and these are not just papers. These are real conclusions of activities from the field. What we learned in any single part of the region that we faced lumpy skin. After a decade of this successful story, because countries used that experience and we eliminated disease in many countries, it appears again with different factors like climate change, movement of vectors, and then that happened in another part in Europe and started to spread. Therefore, this accumulated experience is extremely useful, and it is a regional approach, it is a regional contribution, but to the world, because we could use it anywhere in the world. What is the role of regional and sub-regional representations? I'm in luck to represent today also my colleagues from Astana and Brussels office, Dr. Merketa Tubayev and Lajos Bognar, and our great team, because we are like peripheral nervous system, well connected with the central nervous system here in Paris, but also with organs, with member countries. So we have this very efficient network with people in the middle of network, and we collaborate and coordinate with countries. What we tried, we helped to transform global strategies and policies into practical regional activities, useful and adapted to national realities, because this is the place where we need to deliver. This is the field where we need to implement very specific measures. We also, with our partners, we define those trusted platforms. Why trusted? Because we use them all the time, not only with veterinary services, but very often with politicians. I experienced personally and with many countries that those recommendations which came from authorities like GFTADs delivered to ministers, they changed the game, because if you go to the minister and say, you know, there is risk of hurricane or something, they will not trust you. They will probably kick you out from the office if you ask millions. But if there is something tangible and in real confirmed, it is another story. So in conclusion, I would say that experience from Europe shows that preparedness is built before the crisis through trust, transparency, regional coordination, and strong veterinary services, which are connected across the border. And this is the added value also of the regional WOAH presence, well connected with member countries.
Thank you very much, Dr. Plavsic, for reminding us that real resilience lies in being ready well in advance of crises. Now, for the final stop of our world tour, we're going to head to Beirut, Lebanon. Dr. Ahmad Al-Majali will explain why everything ultimately depends on systems we can truly trust. Dr. Al-Majali, you now have the floor.
Evan, thank you very much, and thank you for arranging this. Actually, we are in the Middle East currently, as you all know, facing a geopolitical situation. And the second thing I want to say that I don't know if we are lucky enough, but almost we have all diseases that you can think of, except classical swine fever. So we are free from classical swine fever by historical data, I mean, based on historical data, but because we don't have swine, big swine, basically, farms. But saying this, I believe that it's very important to strengthen veterinary services for effective disease control and for making animal health systems more reliable and more trusted. Countries across the region are highly interconnected through trade, animal movement, and shared epidemiological risks. Pretty much, we don't have borders when it comes to movement of animals, especially between the nomads, which means that disease outbreaks can quickly affect livestock production, food security, public health, and livelihood beyond national borders. For this reason, a regional approach is necessary because diseases do not know borders. They don't stop at borders, as my colleague Bodemir said. And control becomes more effective when members work together, share information, and harmonize their measures and strategies. Saying this, our work at the regional office focuses on supporting members in strengthening surveillance, reporting systems, laboratories, capacities, building the capacities, veterinary legislations, and making sure that the workforce is well developed and coordinated, and the approaches are very much coordinated to tackle and prevent transboundary animal diseases. Through regional cooperation platforms and disease control roadmaps, WOAH helps members align priorities and strengthen collaboration across the region. Saying this, it is very important to basically identify the outstanding tool of WOAH, which is the BVS pathway, which supports members in identifying gaps, defining priorities, and strengthening compliance with international standards. This helps countries build veterinary services that are more resilient, more effective, and more trusted. Ultimately, the role of our regional offices, all of us, is to help members strengthening confidence in their animal health systems and improve their collective capacity to prevent and control diseases across the region. And one example of that is what's happening in the GCC, for example, the sub-regional office and the GCC countries coordinating their work in tackling diseases by basically providing reliable epidemiological data between each other and by providing whatever technical help needed when it's necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Majali, for explaining why sustainable disease control. So we've completed our tour of the world, we've heard from all regions, and now we want to see what all of this actually looks like in practice, and that's where all of you here in the room today will come into the conversation. It means we're going to head back to Mentimeter. So just a message to our control room. Can we please have on the big screen the QR code so that any late joiners have the opportunity to scan the QR code? I'll give everyone a few seconds to do that. I still see a couple of people pointing and shooting, so let's give it a few more seconds. Okay. So just a data protection comment, just to let you know that the answers that you will be submitting today are completely anonymous, so you can feel free to be brutally honest with your answers. Now, just a comment to our control room. Can we please see question 1 of the Mentimeter poll on the big screen, please? While that is loading up, I will read out the question to the auditorium. The question is, where can regional cooperation and WOAH regional offices provide the greatest added value to WOAH members? And you'll have a choice of 5 options. Option 1, faster information sharing and early warning. Option 2, support for standards implementation and compliance. Option 3, better coordination of disease control measures. Option 4, stronger preparedness and emergency response. And 5, greater trust, dialogue, and collective action. So everyone on your phones, if you can just cast your vote for the options that seem most suited to your contexts. Okay, we're almost reaching 200 votes out of 258. Okay. It seems like the voting seems to have stopped. So top choice, faster information sharing and early warning with 103 votes cast, followed by better coordination of disease control measures with 97 votes. 2 other options also with over 90 votes, and the option with the lowest number of votes, stronger preparedness and emergency response. So now I want to turn to our panel. I want to hear from Dr. Lechuenyo, Dr. Ishibashi, and Dr. D'Alessio on what their take is on this question. So can we start with you, Dr. Lechuenyo, please?
Yeah, thank you for this very interesting kind of survey. And they are very, very relevant, all very relevant indeed. And I would have individually myself gone for the support for standards implementation and compliance, because that is our core responsibility. But it is closely related to fostering information sharing and early warning. So it is very good that the member countries are appreciating the support that the importance of standards, and that they have to they see the implementation as a very critical thing. And for trade purposes, fostering information sharing is very, very important. And this is why programs like WOAH comes in, whereby every time there's trade, they look into WOAH to see how the country is responding, is reporting, and whether they have the presence of certain diseases or not. But that's not to say others are not important, like better coordination of disease control measures. I think as regional offices, we are very much involved, as I said earlier, especially with our partners and members. So I really appreciate the higher numbers there as well. Stronger preparedness for emergency responses. I think is the least because this one comes squarely onto the member countries. I think the members are the ones that have to make sure that they respond using the available information, including that from WOAH. They respond appropriately to outbreaks. And the other one on greater trust and dialogue and collective action, that is coordination and collaboration to come together for this common purpose of fighting the disease. So, yeah, I really can relate to the way they've been processed, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lechwenyo. Now I want to turn to Dr. Ishibashi so she can share her thoughts on this question.
Okay, thank you very much. I find that in my work, the daily work, I find that members expect sort of direct and concrete in-country support suited to their situation. That's what I feel. So in my view, these expectations largely correspond to option 2, the support for standard implementation, and option 4, stronger preparedness and emergency responses. And in responding to those those expectations, a regional office, recognizing that we are not an in-country office, we can best add value by drawing on the experiences of other members in the region, as well as the wealth knowledge accumulated within WOAH. However, when considering what we can uniquely offer and where a regional office can play a more proactive role, I still think that a key area lies in information sharing and early warning across the region, and the result is very encouraging to me. This is not a theoretical. We are actively supporting this through like hands-on assistance for WOAH reporting provided by our dedicated regional staff. And as mentioned earlier, that we recently integrated existing regional systems which have improved the visibility of disease situation, particularly for stable and endemic disease situation in the region. The epidemic intelligence I mentioned a little bit earlier, that including rumor tracking, is the first initiatives in this kind WOAH in our region, and we are proud of it. This work is supported by epidemiologists at the headquarters. Today, it has developed into a solid operation with weekly screening, data analysis, and direct contact with members when needed. And additionally, through this epidemic intelligence work, our team has built on a network in the region, closely working with partner organizations, namely WHO regional offices, and with our members support surveillance activities. The key value of our work, collecting and analyzing and sharing disease information, is that is allow timely discussion among neighboring members. So building on that, we can quickly move to organizing like webinars of the epidemic emergency, which relates to probably the option 3, the better coordination of disease control measures. Our recent example is PPR. It has long been epidemic in South Asia, but has recently entered Southeast Asia. In response to that, we held emergency webinars to share the latest situation along with information on vaccine and post-vaccination monitoring, and created a space for discussion with experts and members that have relevant experiences. So by leading this kind of initiatives, I believe that this is where regional offices can truly make a unique contribution to strengthening trust among members, which relates to probably the last option, that greater trust, dialogue, and collective actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ishibashi. Dr. D'Alessio, you now have the opportunity to react.
Gracias, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. I will try to give a brief answer. I believe that the difference between all the options is not necessarily significant. The differences are very small. Of course, there's interconnection between these different options, as this was clearly explained by my colleagues. And I wanted to stress something that was previously mentioned. I really liked the comparison of what my colleagues said about the neural system and nervous systems and the role played by the regional offices. And so it's important to really foster this second part of communication. Most of these core functions like notifications and implementation of standards, the PVS program, they all pertain to central management, and they require work that comes directly from the field, like day-to-day work with regular contact with the delegates and maintaining efficient dialogue and communication, to also foster dialogue between the delegates and find daily activities for better planning and something that allows to respond and create dedicated spaces if an epidemic should happen, and we can share information. With my short experience as a representative, this is what creates an added value. They are the central functions of the organization that are fully recognized, and the delegates do appreciate them a lot. Same for our partners, but still, the idea of being very local, which helps by the time zone and the common language. I mean, of course, this helps regional partners get closer together. And there's also the wealth of activities, reinforcement, implementation. So we need to connect the region with the global strategies that are definitely set by the organization and the international field.
Ishibashi, for sharing perspectives from your respective regions. We're now going to hop on to question 2 in Mentimeter. Question 2 is as follows. How can trust and engagement among members be maintained during difficult or rapidly evolving situations? And this is designed like a word cloud. So actually, when you think of this question, what comes to mind? So let's give you 1 or 2 minutes to have a little think. Are we going to be able to get 272 votes this time? Okay, so for the moment, it seems like communication and transparency are the top options, followed perhaps by trust, coordination, dialogue, open communication, honesty. Okay. I now want to, while people are still completing their votes, I want to turn to Dr. Almajali and Dr. Plavsic to share their thoughts on this question. So Dr. Almajali, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, this is one thing that we always call for, which is communication. Because the easiest way to get the information is just to keep the communication doors open and channels open. And luckily, this is what we are promoting in the regional representation of the Middle East and the sub-regional representation of the Arabic Gulf. And because of that, we were able actually to have good examples in the region. For example, the engagement that Jordan did when during the Syrian crisis, where they kept always open door for communication and basically started to talk to us as an organization responsible for animal health, as well as other organizations, and kept the channels of information and sharing epidemiological information with other affected countries in the region open. And that actually resulted in minimizing whatever effect of diseases as well as other effects related to food security. Another example is, as I mentioned, the GCC and the kind of transparency among those countries of the GCC and the method used for sharing of epidemiological data, as well as regular updates and the improvement that just recently occurred to the level of reporting to WAHs, which is very obvious during the latest years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Almajali. I'm just checking if there are any other answers that are popping up. Okay, I see reference centers, which wasn't there before, and leadership. So now I want to turn to you, Dr. Plavsic. Would you like to share your point of view?
Absolutely, Kevin, thank you. It resonates a lot with what we also check when we organize regional seminars or workshops. So we also ask for interactions, and believe it or not, communication is always on the first place. Despite that we are professionals, it is always that we need to better facilitate and better communicate between ourselves. However, communication and using reference centers, science, and documents, contingency plans, legislation, they are tools, they are mechanisms, but trust is something different. Trust is something which is soft, which you build. And I believe 99% of people in this room, we faced serious animal health crises, different outbreaks, which are very painful, of course. And if you don't have trust within your country, within your context, then you're in the big trouble. Of course, it is similar on the international scheme. If you go internationally, your neighbors, if they don't believe you, then you lose the game. And our experience is that trust cannot be built during the crisis. You need to build it well in advance. Again, with good legislation, compliance with international standards, using best practices, using experience, implementing surveillance, delivering vaccination, networking with different internal and external partners, communicating all the time, openly, truly, and then you build the trust, which is tested during the crisis. Our work in the region, and I really like your feedback that it is a clear message for us. Our regional experience when we are working together with the delegates, with the focal points, with our animal health officers, is that we are building our skills, we are building capacities, we are building progressively trust. And then when we face outbreaks, when we face the crisis, we just deliver. So preparedness is well connected with the crisis management and with the trust. And you cannot build it during the crisis. You should build it when the sky is clean and blue, and then progressively build up, and then you will manage, I guess, and with hope properly in coordination with our partners.
Thank you, Dr. Plavsic. Thank you, Dr. Al-Majali, for sharing your thoughts. Returning to the word communication, it also appears in Spanish as comunicación, so it's nice to see that that word is getting representation from the English speakers and Spanish speakers in this room. We now want to hear from a couple of you in the room on microphone. If any of you want to share any thoughts on anything that we've discussed so far in today's conversation. So may I kindly ask the control room to shine a light on our audience, and if you have a question, can you please raise your hand? Okay, no hands up so far. Yes, a hand here in the first row. From Paraguay.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. This panel is so interesting because we can listen to different opinions about major points that have to do with relations between the regional representations and the delegates. But still, I think that each region has its own specific features and characteristics and specificities. And I'd like to find out more about a point that is often mentioned. It's about specific difficulty in the region. I know every single region has its own challenges and difficulties, but it's something that keeps coming and going. It affects all regions, more or less. Could you please tell us if there's an ongoing point from all?
The context is really what matters, and that each region has its own specificities and challenges. Does anyone from our panel want to react to that statement? Dr. Al-Majali, please.
I think being different is actually nice, and having different thoughts about what kind of challenges that we are facing is really bring new vision to what we are doing. The good thing about what we are planning to do, we are actually currently starting something called interregional collaborations and coordinations. For example, we are just actually yesterday we were talking about a kind of like interregional collaboration on the sense of standards and standard putting, and how to basically help members in working on certification and other codes that are necessary for livestock trading. But one of the challenges that we all face is basically increasing the level of transparency. Probably this is like, in Africa and in Asia is more work needed than in other regions because of the level and the amount of diseases that we have, and the impact of reporting on livestock and on livestock trading in particular. And that's what we are trying to basically work with members, that when you are transparent and when you report, actually you are increasing the trust of exporting countries rather than you are really losing markets. That's my thought on this basically. But definitely being different is actually is good, because every time we communicate, we gain more knowledge and we try to improve. Would anybody? Yeah.
Dr. Kaya,
Yeah,
and then Dr. Lechwanyo.
It's a good question that Dr. Idriaga is asking. I think where there's still some work to do, and it would be a recurrent in all the region, it's definitely a stronger involvement of the membership into our standard setting. This is basically a very big part of our work. You've been presented all day yesterday, this morning with the specialist commissions working on developing the standards, but still with not an optimal participation of the membership. Most of the comments received on the codes and manuals are mainly linked to maybe a part of the membership more interested in trade, where I think we're clear that WOAH is to enhance animal health, including safe trade of animal and animal products. So I think it combines a lot of things, transparency, the trust as well. If you want to reach a better trust, I think we should have a stronger involvement of all the members, but we do know that maybe all the members have the expertise to make scientific comment to the standards. So that's why we have programs of PVS, capacity building, focal point training, and so on. But for me, that's something that I do believe that collectively we could do better. It's an increased participation to standard setting.
Thank you, Doctor. Oh.
I think I had another thing. I would like to build also on what Ahmad said on the inter-regional collaboration as well. I think that's something we can work better at WOAH. I was very pleased that this assembly decided to recognize the Mediterranean Animal Health Network, the REMESA. It's touching on 3 regions where CVOs, every 6 months, they meet each other and they engage a technical dialogue on their real epidemiological situation. And I think it helps a lot on many fronts. And that's something I do believe that could be more frequent. We have an opportunity coming soon between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Gulf, where I do believe REMESA-like could exist as well to offer a place where delegates with the same issues, because they're in the same epizone or they have the same trade issue, meet together to address those issues together, because maybe they're not relevant to the overall assembly, but definitely relevant for that group of country. So I think the adoption of the REMESA resolution was not anecdotal. I think it's opened the doors to other interregional initiatives.
Thank you, Dr. Kaya. Dr. Lechwanyo, would you like to share a few words?
Just to chip in there, I wanted to say that diversity is actually richness. But provided we make use of it, we take advantage of it, and it is up to the members to express their specific challenges and situations in their countries, in their regions, through the commenting on standards, through the standard setting process. So you can imagine if with all our variations and our diversity, we are all commenting on standards. It means we are bringing this richness from all angles, all different geographical areas, to put it into the standard setting process. So it's a very good point in that it encourages us to do that. And for us as regional representatives, we are very much aware of that. That's why earlier on I said that we are strategically positioned in the continents to make sure that we are out there listening and offering support as much as necessary according to those regional specificities. You can imagine if we are all in headquarters, we would not know what is happening in those regions. So by being posted there, we are able to be at arm's length to listen more to you, to advise you more with the knowledge of the area, which doesn't apply to another area which has a different specificity. But if we all come together through the standard setting process, commenting, proposing standards, and by the way, not just using the government channels, but also bringing everybody on board. I think the delegates has to engage more academia, private veterinarians, and other stakeholders, so that when you come here or you comment on standards, you are representing all the different spheres in our value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lechwanyo. I now want to turn to Dr. Plavsic.
Thank you, Kevin. Very briefly, for excellent question. Challenges, of course, we always have challenges. when I see the picture of animal disease in my region last 10 years, it is extremely interesting, from FMD to avian influenza, from PPR to sheep and goat pox. What is very interesting is that this preparedness, when you face something and then you invest and build capacity, once we eliminate this risk or disease, then there is relaxation of measure, attention and funds. And this is very dangerous. The story with the lumpy skin, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, is exactly what we faced. So after 10 years, we thought it disappears, and then it returns from another side. We didn't expect. It was backdoors for our region. And second is demand from member countries to help them with boots on the ground. For African swine fever, for example, in 12 years, we accumulated about 180 recommendations. And we deliver also about 20 field missions together with the partners, with FAO and with Sante. And they are extremely useful. Now, some countries in some sub-regions of Europe, they also ask us when they face, send experts, please join us, we need you. This is the challenge for us, and I trust this is also the opportunity. With the small investment, I believe, and I know that our leadership is supportive for that, we could really overcome this challenge, and we fully support our members and colleagues on the field.
Thank you, Dr. Plavsic. I'll now turn to Dr. Delegates.
Gracias, Kevin, de nuevo en argentino.
Je vais répondre en argentin, si vous me permettez. En Argentine, il y a 2 points. In Argentina, sorry, there are 2 items I'd like to talk about. Versus, with regard to what Budimir said, even with regard to diseases, clearly today there are diseases which constitute a global issue because they emerge in many countries. It's like the horror film where the murderer seems to be a single person and many people who die with HPAI, LSD, foot-and-mouth disease. We need to exchange our experience. And the regions that have implemented measures and obtained results must check how to exchange experience and expertise with other countries, because one country's issues can become many countries' issues. There is something that we never talked about here. It's when we need to apply standards for international trade, and the standards adopted must be used. We should not underestimate how important it is to understand the standards. And again, back to what I said earlier, knowing the standard well means you are directly involved in the process. And once you understand the standards, you can implement them much better. This is why it's important to have experts, commissions, members of commissions. The standards must be explained. They need to be understood. When a standard is disclosed and no one understands it, we can't find a solution because simply we don't understand the standard. So really, we need to be involved right from the beginning of the process.
Dr. Kaya to share some closing remarks.
I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, and I congratulate the Assembly. We have the quorum for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you, Kevin, for facilitating this this panel, and thanks to the colleagues here, the representative, for sharing their thoughts during this session. I would like to remind you that beyond those representatives here, we have a total of 13 regional and sub-regional representations, and overall 90 staff, I would say only 90 staff to support you in your respective region. One thing that I would like to come back, well, you are all WOAH members, But there's, for me, different membership of WOAH. The members are doing their obligations and so on, but there's definitely some members that are maybe sometimes more looking for the standards for trade, or they will look for WOAH more in terms of access to a scientific network, others for capacity building opportunities and so on. And the work of our regions is to basically make sense out of this and to support you where you most expect service from WOAH. We had this morning a session providing you with the service that can be proposed to you through the directorate of Dr. Soumari. And basically, our regions are there to make sense of all those activities that can occur at your level to make sure that they're adapted to you. So please do take advantage of your representations, because we do know that there's no one-size-fits-all in what you might need. So they're there to support you in all of this. One thing that we didn't much discuss, but the regions are very much involved as well in animating the network of partners that we do have at regional level. We're going to work much more according to the ACE strategic plan on partnership, and that includes partnership at regional level. There's a lot that can be done with technical agency at regional level, with regional economic communities that can definitely support WOAH in implementing its mandate. The other thing, I'm going to be brief because I know that we're already short in time. I'm going to be coming back to trust again, because I was happily surprised to see that even if it was maybe not the biggest word in the cloud that we've seen, it was there. And for me, the trust started somewhere 102 years ago when 28 states decided to give the mandate to an organization to do their standards and manage the animal information on their behalf. And we're today 183 in this room, a bit less. But that's a big trust that you gave. And in return, what the regions can do is to help you in at least minimally complying with the core business of WOAH, notifying, quality notification, and there's been a humongous effort done by the membership, as we've seen with the presentation of Jenny earlier, for increasing the transparency, the quality of the data. There's much more to be done. I'm looking at Alicia Gallardo for aquatic animal notifications and so on. But there's a huge improvement done, and it's thanks to work of headquarters, definitely, but also support from the region. And that trust can be built in all the components of the work of WOAH, and the regions are there to support you on this. We're all very excited also that you've been adopting the 8th strategic plan. We're going to work with you in the coming months to make sure that we're able to make a scalable strategic plan for each of the regions. So do you recognize yourself also through the big orientations and enablers that we've put in the 8th strategic plan, and the regions will definitely be at the forefront of this. And I will be more than happy to accompany them in this as well. So that's going to be my last word.
Thank you, Dr. Kaya. A reminder to us all that the journey that we've taken here today doesn't stop here. Your regional and sub-regional representatives are your first point of contact with WOAH all year long. They are here for you to provide support and to make sure that everything that WOAH provides is adapted to your regional contexts. So don't miss the opportunity to keep in touch with them all throughout the year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have now reached our final destination. On behalf of the entire crew, thank you for flying with Air WOAH today. We wish you a pleasant stay and an enjoyable remainder of the general session. Looking forward to welcoming you on board again soon. Thank you all.
So, dear delegates, we still have quorum, and I wish that we can stay like that. So I would like to remind you that the reports of the meetings of the regional commissions were made available yesterday on the general session website. It's administrative document number 12. So the Assembly has also been provided with the recommendations adopted during the conferences of the regional commissions that have taken place since the last general session. It's document administrative number 11. So first question is if you have any observations, any comments, considerations that you like to share with us about the reports or the recommendations. The floor is open. Nothing, no comments. So thank you. So therefore, I can confirm the endorsement by the World Assembly of Delegates of the reports of the meetings of the regional commissions, as well as of the recommendations adopted during the conferences held since the previous general session. So it's the first. First decision of the beginning of this part of the session. So we will now proceed with the session dedicated to the formal adoption of the technical resolutions drafted during the plenary sessions of this general session. So I would like to confirm that forum is here. Yes, it's still here. So we will start with resolution number 31. It's concerning the amendments to the WOAH Terrestrial Animal Health Code. And I go direct to the point and ask if there are any objections for the adoption of this resolution. No. Are there any abstentions? So I declare resolution number 31 adopted by consensus. We will now proceed with consideration of resolution number 29 concerning amendments of WOAH Aquatic Animal Health Code. Again, and like the previous one, are there any objections to the adoption of this resolution? No. Are there any abstentions? No. Thank you. I therefore declare resolution number 29 adopted by consensus. Proceed now with the consideration of resolution number 30 concerning amendments of the WOAH Manual of Diagnostic Tests for Aquatic Animals. Are there any objections to the adoption of this resolution? No. No. Are there any abstentions? No. I also declare resolution number 30 adopted by consensus. Now to put in consideration the resolution number 32 concerning amendments of WOAH Manual of Diagnostic Tests and Vaccines for Terrestrial Animals. Are there any objections to the adoption of this resolution? No. Are there any abstentions? Therefore, declare resolution number 32 adopted by consensus. Let's proceed now with resolution number 34 concerning the designation of WOAH collaborating centers. Are there any objections to the adoption of this resolution? No. Any abstentions? So thank you. I declare resolution number 34 adopted by consensus. And now we will proceed with the consideration of resolution number 35 concerning technical item investing in animal health to secure everyone's future. So I also would like to ask if there are any objections to the adoption of this resolution. No. Are there any abstentions? I'm very pleased to say and declare resolution number 35 adopted by consensus. Happy to give you the floor, Emmanuel.
Yes, thank you very much, and we are very happy with all this adoption. I want to inform you that you will, the draft final report will be shared with you early next week, and we will wait for your comments until the 17th of June. I will also inform you that the next general session, so the 94th general session, will take place here in this new venue, and that it will take place from 24 to 28 May 2027. So we go back to the last week of May next year. I want also to really give some closing, a very simple closing remark. Really, I hope that you are enjoyed this 93rd general session. I hope that you enjoyed the venue. I hope that you enjoyed the forum, the discussion, official one and non-official ones, the network, the tools we offer you too, the side events, the kiosk, and the resolution and decision we took. So we took, you took decision, you made resolution, and we now have to make the most fruitful use of what we've learned and also implement what we have decided. So I will be very happy to see you at next general session, but I hope that I will see some of you before on different occasions. And in any case, I really encourage you, in case you have any issue, to join me, to join my deputy, and of course, I will, as we just seen, to join the regional representative and sub-regional representative. So. Before giving back the floor, I want to tell you that we will show you a video that we are quite proud to share with you. It's a new global series which was created by WOAH in partnership with BBC Story Works. It will be launched in June, and this series, they are called Animals and Us, explores the essential role animal health plays in building healthier, more resilient societies around the world. So it is through real-world stories and collaboration with partners, including GalvMed and the European Partnership on Animal Health and Welfare. The series highlights practical solutions in disease prevention, sustainable farming, and stronger health systems. So at a time when the connection between animal, human, and environmental health has never been clearer, these initiatives aim to raise global awareness on animal health as part of our advocacy work as a foundation for sustainable communities. So we are delighted to share this preview with you today. So let's watch this new series.
Sweet girl, good girl. I wish more people understood that animal care is also human care, so we are all connected with the animals.
One Health is the link between animal health, human health, and also the environment health.
My work primarily is in striking a balance in coexistence between people and wildlife.
If the problem is personal, then also the perception is a little bit different.
When you step back, it made us really think.
We need answers, not in a month, but now.
The good news, it's in our hands.
Diseases cross borders. Our research must cross border too.
We can work together to improve animal health
The smallest thing I contributed was the idea, but a lot of smart people turned it into something that's really useful to society.
The farmer, the practitioner, everybody is in this.
Our mission is to feed the planet without costing the earth.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much, Director General. We can't wait for this. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this 93rd General Session of the World Assembly of Delegates, what a week it has been.
A very long week indeed.
Very long, intense, inspiring, but truly, truly global.
This past week, we have gathered together from across regions, cultures, and disciplines to discuss some of the most important challenges facing the future of our world today.
We adopted changes in international standards and the 8th strategic plan.
And did we not discuss investment in animal health?
Yes, we discussed it. And there is something I can't forget that the Director General talked about, that animal health is not a cost. We should not look at it as a cost, but a strategic investment.
But beyond the forum, the side events, the kiosks, adoptions, resolutions, and multiple agenda items, this general session has reminded me of something even more important. This is not just a conference week. We are a community, a global, almost borderless community, working together towards that shared goal of protecting animal health and welfare everywhere for a better future for all. And I think we can be proud of what we have achieved this week.
Yes, I'm proud. Are you proud? I think we're very, very proud of what we have achieved this week. But with all this that we have achieved, it doesn't end today. It continues tomorrow, in every country, in every territory, in every community and group that is represented in this room.
And I think we can all agree that that take-home message is clear. Investment in animal health is not optional, it is essential. And that's investing in animal health through science, through education, through national and foreign policy.
Through national and foreign policy.
Partnerships and strong global veterinary systems.
Did you talk about money? She didn't talk about money. I love hearing the word money. We should invest real money in animal health. By the way, there is an assignment I gave you at the beginning of this general session. How far are you?
To gather some funding from around La Défense.
Yes.
It's a work in progress. Moving forwards, nous souhaitons remercier.
We would like to thank our General Director for her commitment and for having guided our organization with such energy and vision. Thank you, Madam Director General.
And we would also like delegates, the focal points, everyone in this room, the experts, for the engagement, for the discussions, and for all the work that you have done this week. Even though we were surrounded by the world's greatest temptation.
The shopping mall.
The shopping mall.
You still stayed in the room with us. And for that, we are truly grateful. A round of applause.
And lastly, we would like to thank, before we go for the very last one, we would also like to thank all the people that are working behind the scenes.
The communications colleagues, the technical staff, interpreters, support staff, everybody that was involved and whose dedication went towards making this event such a success. Thank you.
And lastly, from Rosa and myself, we are truly, truly honored to have hosted the world's most important animal health event on this global stage. Thank you for giving us the honor.
And with that, we wish you a very safe onward journey home. And I would like to give the final remarks to Dr. Susanna Pombo, the President of the World Assembly of Delegates, to deliver the official closure of this 93rd General Session.
So, as we come to the close of our 93rd General Session of the World Assembly of Delegates, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends, I for sure would like to join Rosa and Gloria, our Master of Ceremonies, to express my sincere gratitude to all the delegates, all the members of the specialist commissions and the working groups, experts, partners, interpreters, technical teams, the entire Secretariat for all your dedication, all your professionalism and commitment throughout this week. I would also like to warmly thank our Masters of Ceremony, all of them, as well as all technical and organizational teams who supported us throughout our beautiful and important week. Over these past days, we have once again demonstrated the strength and relevance of our organization. Through open dialogue, through scientific expertise and constructive cooperation, we have advanced important standards, strengthened our shared governance, and reaffirmed the essential role of veterinary services in today's world. But behind the resolutions adopted and the technical discussions held, this week has also sent a strong collective message. In a world facing growing uncertainty, fragmentation, and increasingly complex global challenges, this Assembly has shown that multilateral cooperation grounded in science, trust, and solidarity remains not only relevant but indispensable. Our collective voice really matters. And then that voice is united, science-based, and forward-looking. It becomes a powerful contribution to global stability, resilience, and sustainable development. This General Session has also demonstrated the remarkable commitment of our members to continue building stronger animal health systems, stronger veterinary services, and stronger international cooperation for the benefit of all. I leave this General Session with a strong sense of confidence and optimism for the future of our organization and for the work we continue to carry forward together. It has truly been an honor and a privilege to share this General Session. I would also like to sincerely thank all participants for their presence, engagement, and contribution throughout this week. A special word for our Director General. It's really a pleasure to walk in your side. I now officially declare the 93rd General Session of the World Assembly of Delegates closed. On behalf of WOAH, I warmly invite you all to join the closing cocktail. And finally, may I kindly remind you to leave your headsets at the exit. But thank you so much, and safe travels to you all.
Beneath the sun, one world, one voice, one health for all. We are
nous protégeons.